Oh my god, wait, let me get music. I always forget to get the music, I don't know why. Um, anyway, hello Etsuel, hello, Kazuma, hello Larry, how's it going? You love this background music, it fits, or you love this music, it fits the background well? Yeah. I don't know why this is, oh, that's why it's a remix of that. Actually, is there anything else here? Because I kind of don't care about this. But I don't know what song this is, so it's like, I don't know how to skip to the next one. So yeah, you know what, whatever, we're just gonna keep it. Anyway, yeah, how's everyone doing? Today, what did I do today? I fucking, I edited, and I played Tomodachi Life. I finished my Tomodachi Life Island, pretty much. I kind of want to show it off, but, yeah, you know, I don't think I should. But I want to show it off, but I think I could save it for Saturday, so we'll see. It's going good, surviving. Yeah. That's what, oh yeah, I also edited today. So yeah. I can show that. I didn't get to post it tomorrow. But yeah. We'll see. I'm excited to finally play this game. I think I'm gonna make another TikTok just explaining why I've never played this game. Cause it is stupid why I never played this game. And I think it's funny, so yeah. You know, it's one of those like funny stories that I can just tell. Are you interested in a math equation? Not really. But yeah, how do I do anything? Actually, wait, I don't have this key binding, don't I? Okay, there you go. But yeah, I'm like, I don't know, I'm really excited to play this game for the first time. That's alright. Because I think even, okay, so here's a follow, thank you. I think, so the reason why I never played this game is because I was, afraid of everything as a kid. I think even this cutscene fucking scared me, and I don't even know why. I guess it's because of that laugh and Majora, but like, I don't know why it scared me. Well, hello Skyo. How you doing? But yeah, like, it's just weird to me. I don't think I've... Actually, no, I have seen this intro. Because I watched, like, I tried to watch someone play this game. But it's been a few years, so I don't remember. Because, yeah, Villagers is pretty scary. No, it wasn't that cutscene. It was the cutscene with the happy mask salesman. And Majora's Mask. It was that cutscene. I don't know how I felt about her. Hi, Souffle, how's it going? How you doing? I haven't made you in Tomodachi yet, but I need to make space. Once you see like the layout on my island, you're gonna see why. But yeah, I'll probably add you Saturday. I'm planning to stream it on Saturday, so we'll see. Oh yeah, with this playthrough too, I want to get 100%. I want to try and do that. I think it would be really cool to try and do that. But, you know, I don't know if I can. But, you know, we'll see. Looking forward to it. Yippee! But, yeah. You know, this game kind of looks pretty, though, at least. It looks very pretty. I'm gonna skip it, though, because, yeah, thanks for the head pat. What should I name myself? You know, I'll just name myself Link. You know, wait, no, wait. Okay, you wanna know another thing that scared me? Cause I couldn't really, you know, tell as a kid. You know, you're a dumb kid. You think everything is real. But Ben Drowned also put me off of this game because I thought it was real. And I was like, what the fuck, bro? Oh my god. It looks pretty in a scare baby Celeste kind of way. Hi, Bland Beans, how's it going? I almost called you Baked Beans. But yeah, Why is this so fluid? that did scare me. I'm just gonna list off everything that scared. Why did I say Lind? I can't spell. I'm just gonna list off everything that scared me. I think that would be really hilarious, actually. I want to get all the masks. I need all the masks. In the land of Hyrule, there echoes a legend held dearly by the royal family that... I love it when NPC call my character my dude, a boy who, after battling evil and saving Hyrule, crept away from the land they made that made him a legend. Done with the battles he once waged across time, he embarked on a journey, a secret and personal journey. I can't read this fast, a journey in search of a beloved and invaluable friend. Oh, the fairy. A friend with whom he parted ways when he finally fulfilled his heroic destiny and took his place among legends. Bye, Navi. Navi's dead. What the hell? Link is bad 666. Thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. That is a wonderful name. That's actually a wonderful name. Okay, you know what? This cutscene, I'll say it right now. This cutscene, it scared me as a kid too. I can't speak, but yeah, I love Kirby sound alert. I also love Kirby. But yeah, right now I'm just listing all these things why I never played this game as a kid. And it's mainly because this game scared me. Yeah, I remember this cutscene. Yeah, it's crazy. Everything just fucking scared me as a kid. Yeah, because of that. Ayana Pex, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. My name actually come from a series for this game. Well, you two fairies did great. I wonder if he had anything good on him. This guy? Well, that shouldn't be a problem. I think I just found Majora's Mask, like, itself, like, the mask itself, I think I just found it very unsettling as a kid. But now looking at it, I'm just like, you know, I don't really care, because I've played actual horror games. But yeah, I don't know what it was. What a pretty ocarina. Hey, Skullkin, let me touch it. I want to see. Oh my god, you can't tell. What would we do if you dropped it and broke it? No way, you can't touch it. Ah, but sis, why can't I try it out too? The mask is so hot to me now. Honestly, fair. I can't even judge. Kill him. Well, Link kinda sucks. I'm not gonna lie. Hostile Epona. What the hell? But yeah. Actually, the next cutscene too, I think it scared me as well. Like, pretty much everything in the opening scared me. And then after that, I was like, well, I never played this game. As a child, I was like, well, I never played this game. It's so stupid. It's actually so fucking stupid. And then just like, who knew a few years later I would be like, you know, playing Silent Hill and Resident Evil and everything. Like, who knew I would do that? Oh my god, Link is moving. What the fuck? I've never seen this. What the fuck? Why does he do flips and shit? Hi, Bland. How's it going? Oh, he's dead. I see. Finished cooking food? Whoa, what kind of food? Wait, Link actually just died. That's crazy. How hungry are you? I'm not that hungry. I had 2 sandwiches for lunch. Yeah, because like the mask of this lighting, I don't know, just like it scared me as a kid. It's so stupid. Was it that stupid horse of yours who doesn't listen to a word that's said to it? There's no point in riding a thing like that, so I did you a favor and got rid of it. Boo-hoo, why the sad face? I just thought I'd have a little fun with you. Oh, come now. Do you really think you can beat me as I am now, fool? Did he kill Epona? What the fuck? Oh yeah, cause this cutscene right here. This cutscene scared me. The Deku Scrubs. And that's the only time you'll see him do some cool flips, really? Oh my god. I don't even know why these Deku Scrubs scared me. I think the Deku Scrubs are cute now too, is this thing. But this cutscene, bro. I was afraid of everything as a kid, honestly. I'm seeing that now. I'm actually seeing that now, because I remember I was like, oh yeah, I was afraid of this. And then I'm playing it now, and I just like, why was I afraid of this? And now that's a good look for you. You'll stay here looking that way forever. It's kind of funny realizing how stupid you were as a kid just in real time. Because that's what's happening to me. I'm realizing how stupid I was as a kid in real time. Wait, those are piranha plants, sis. Oh. Bye. Well, Skull could wait for me. I'm still here. Tail, you can't leave without me. You! If I wasn't dealing with you, I wouldn't have gotten separated from my brother. Oh, don't just sit there, Deku boy. Do something. No, don't call me Deku. Why are you looking at me like that? What, is there something stuck on my face? Please stop staring and just open that door for me. Please, come on, a helpless little girl is asking you, so hurry up. Oh, Tail, I wonder if that child will be alright on his own. Hi, Kuda, how's it going? Shredded beef with jalapenos, onions, and tomatoes. Well, that sounds yummy. How do I open door? I can spin! Oh my god. I love spinning. How do I open? That's how I open. Okay, bye. Hello, Quan. Deku Link is cute. Wait for me, don't leave it behind. So, that stuff back there, I apologize. So take me with you. You want to know about that skull kid who just ran off, right? Well, I just so happen to have an idea where you might be going. Take me with you and I'll help you out, deal? Please? She's so desperate. Good, then it's settled. Wait, what was that? A 5-stream streak? Wait, that's crazy. My name's Tattle, so it's nice to meet you or whatever. Bro, she's so tsundere. Now that we got, all that straightened out, can we stop messing around and get moving? If I figure something out. Oh. You're my hint. I guess that makes sense. How do I use this? I don't know what that button is. Is it this one? Yes, it is. Wait, how do I use this? I guess I can't use it now. Okay. Or I probably had to ask Tattle or something. Okay, fine. I'll do it. Oh wait. It reset all my bindings, didn't it? Because this is a new game. Fuck it out. Why do I have to do this? This sucks. Which one did I press? That one? Sure, whatever. Yeah, okay, this is left. Yep, thank you. I'm sorry. Why did I do this? Oh, wait, what else do I? ZR. Yeah, okay. There we go. You know what? At least I'm doing it now. Like how you press it right away, I can tell you're not very used to your Deku Scrub body yet. Alright, listen up. If you press the A as a Deku Scrub while standing on a Deku flower, you can dive into it. If you wait a bit before releasing A, you'll launch out of the flower. Press A while oh. Okay, I see. Oh wait, why am I not doing it then? What the hell? Oh, do I have to hold it? Oh, I had to hold it. Okay. You know what? That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Okay. I see. I understand. Okay, I thought I just had to press it. But, you know, whatever. At least I'm cute. That's all that matters. In life, I think. Honestly, pretty privileged, you know? So it is all that matters. Oh, there's a chest! Wait, can I reach this? I can't. Hello. What this? I got that. Press B while flying to drop a Deku Bomb? Wait, what the fuck? I can't just like shoot that out whenever I want? I have to fly? That's crazy. Is this B? That is not B. Okay, I see. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. Whatever. Also, I didn't see that one over there. Oh, that's why. Okay, so I can't do anything here with that. I thought I was gonna like break the rock or something, but guess not. Wait, you can go far with this actually. You can go farther than I thought. Wee. Nunchuk Tyler spreads positivity to chat. Hey, come on, press C and talk to me. Hello. Oh, I have to use Tattle. Okay, there you go. See, you can do it if you try. When I fly it over to people or objects, use Z to look at them so you can talk to them. Yes, I know. I think. But enough about that for now. Come over to this tree and check it out. I want to look at this tree. This is a cool looking tree. Hello. Hello. You look like me. It's strange, but the way you look right now sort of looks like this tree. It looks all dark and gloomy, almost like it could start crying any second now. How sad. You look like me. Bye. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see, this song, it scared me as a kid. There you go, bro. Like I said, I will say everything that scared me. I think even the way the Happy Mask Salesman was animated, I think that scared me too. You met with a terrible fate, haven't you? Oh my god, he said the thing. He said the thing! I can turn off the game now. I own the Happy Mask shop. I travel far and wide in search of masks. During my travels, a very important mask was stolen from me by an imp in the woods. Like when they put the mask on and get post-war PTSD. So here I am at a loss, and now I found you. Now don't think me rude, but I have been following you. Well, for I know of a way to return you to your former self. If we can get back the precious item that was stolen from you, I will return you to normal. I see. In exchange, all I ask is that you also get back my precious mask that the imp stole from me. What? Is it not a simple task? Why, to someone like you, it should by no means be a difficult task. Yeah, like the way he just like does that, it scared me as a kid. Except the one thing is, I'm a very busy fellow, and I must leave this place in 3 days. How grateful I would be if you could bring it back to me before my time here is up. But yes, you'll be fine. I see you are young and have tremendous courage. I'm sure you'll find it right away. You played this game before? I haven't. Well then, I am counting on you. Okay, bye. Wait, those are cute emotes. Hello Lexi's Blood Moon Tavern. How's it going? How you doing? Oh my god, bye. Oh my god. Where am I? I don't know what I'm doing. Whoa, look at me. I'm cool. How do I get my ocarina? I'm cool. He gives me the creeps. That mask salesman was the... Sorry, just thinking out loud. But 3 days, and if we never sleep, that still leaves us with a measly 72 hours. Talk about demanding. Well, don't just stand there. We're going to see the Great Fairy. Look, you want to find the Skull Kid, don't you? The Great Fairy will know what he's up to. She watches over everything. And just between you and me, the Skull Kid is no match for the Great Fairy. Go to the shrine near the North Gate, you'll find the Great Fairy there. And then she's dead. Or something, I don't know. This North Gate, this guy is blocking me. Stop right there, Deku Scrub. Do you intend to return to the swamp alone? It is dangerous outside the town walls, so I cannot allow a child like you to leave on a... whatever. You're not allowed to pass through here without an adult or until you're old enough to carry a weapon. What the fuck? I need a weapon. There's a dog chasing at... Hello. Are you important? I'm guessing you're important, but not now. Bye. Doing alright, just chilling right now. I'm also chilling, kind of. Not really. Like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just kind of exploring. I do that a lot. What the? Everyone's blocking me! Have you some errands from the ocean? Okay. I need a weapon. How do I get weapon? This town is so big. South Clock Town. What is this? You hold the sacred sword, leave proof of our encounter. I don't have a sword. I'm stupid. Bye. Wait. Tingle is in this game? Oh my god. I hate him. I get to talk to him, but I hate him. What's this green clothes, white fairy? Sir, could you by chance be a forest fairy? Oh my. My name is Tingle. I think I'm the same as you, sir, a forest fairy. Alas, though I am already aged 35. No fairy has come to me yet. My father tells me to grow up and act my age, but why? I tell you, Tingle's the very reincarnation of a fairy. Now while I stand here waiting for a fairy on my own, I sell maps to help out my father. Oh, I see. You give me a map. I don't have money. Yeah, bye. I'm poor, bye. I see. Where am I? I don't know where I am. I'm in East Clock Town, apparently. Thank you for telling me, game. I wouldn't know where I was without you. I still don't know where I am, though. This is all new to me. Like I said, I can go in this. Whoa. Something I could maybe do. Wait, but where'd I go from here? Wait, no, I can't. Wait, can I go up there? Maybe I can. I don't fucking know. Wee. Oh my god, I can. Wait, that's crazy. I'm a genius. What's in here? Oh, the inn. Did I want to go in here yet? Probably not. I don't think there's much I can do until I get my ocarina, right? So I need to get my ocarina before I try doing anything else. Okay, whatever. I'll try. I'll try. I don't know where I'm going, but I'll try. South Clock Town. Oh, I need to go to North Clock Town, don't I? Okay, I'll try to do that. I don't know how to do that, though. Okay, this is West Clock Town. I see what they're saying to me now. Oh, and this is where you start? Wait, is that... Yeah, because... Oh, I see. Okay, I'm understanding now. Wait, hang on. Hello. What? Oh. What? This is my private property. Don't try using it when I'm not around. Okay. I already sold out my wares and the carnival hasn't even begun. I'm thinking of closing a shop so I can buy a gift for my wife and return it to my village. I've heard that a stone called the Moon's Tear shines brighter than any other in the land. If you got one, I'd really like to get it from you. My wife would love it. If you would give it to me, I'll give you my spot here, Deku Flower included. Okay, well. I can't do that then. Bye. Everyone's useless to me. I'll just go up here. I'll just go up here. Sorry, I got pings for some reason. But I'll just go up here. So then, where's North Clock Town? Is it like over here? No, because this is still... Well, thanks for the flower. Yeah, this is still South Clock Town. That means it's up here, maybe. Up here. Oh, it is up here. Oh, it's over there. I see. I understand. Wait, why are there so many flowers? Where can I even go here? Like, yeah, where can I even go? Because I don't think I can go over there, can I? Yeah, no, I can't. Can I go over here? No. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that flower is for. That flower is useless. I'm going in here. Hello, fairy. Wait, why did the fairies look like... Wait. Oh no, the great fairy. Why do they look like this? Wait. They're cute. I love them. Young one, please hear my plea. I have been broken and shattered to pieces by the masked skull kid. Please find the one stray fairy lost in town and bring her to this fairy fountain. What? Why did the fairies look like this, though? Wait, they're so cute. I love them. They look so stupid. They look like chuds. They're actually like this little chuds. I love them so much. But what? What do you want, Shrimp? I'm busy practicing with my blowgun. If you can't pop that balloon, then don't mess with Jim. Okay. I need something then. To do that, I guess. I can't go up here. Okay, bye. Well, there's not much I can do. But find a fairy. I don't know where fairy is, though. The fairy is lost. I'm also lost, actually. Who are you? What's with you? You're wearing a weird hat for a Deku. Did you come to town to play? I bet nobody will play with you, right? The adults are all busy getting ready for the carnival. The old astronomer at the observatory outside town is the only one who'll spend any time playing with his kids. We bombers have our hideout in the observatory. You have to take a secret route to get to it. Don't be telling Jim in North Clocktown that I told you that. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing all of this is important for side quests, you know, when I want to do them. But, you know, I'm not doing them now, obviously, because I can't. But, yeah. I like the sounds he makes when he walks. I don't know why. Like, I don't know, his walking sounds are funny. Wait, what the fuck? How do I get this? How do I get- what the fuck? That seems so easy to get! What the hell? Okay, so then where is Fairy? Have any of you seen Fairy? Have you seen Fairy? No. Ouch. What is this dog's problem? Wait. Oh, I thought that was a fairy out there. Whoopsies. Have these guys seen Fairy? I wonder where it is. Where the twin jetfish from the Gorman troop we would practice for the big carnival. It happens once in a blue moon. Okay, I hear it's gonna be... yeah, whatever. You see, we're entertainers. We must keep people smiling no matter how grim things get. We must always be optimistic. Well, okay, I see. I don't see, actually. Where's the fucking fairy? Do you see the Joker Pokemon pictures? Oh yeah, I saw it. I just forgot to respond because I never respond to things. I feel like it should be easy to see at nighttime. Actually, how do I... That school has gone too far. We can't let this happen. We have to find the stray fairy in town and return to Great Fairy North. Look at the time. You don't have... oh, okay. It's fine. I wonder. Night of the first day, 60 hours remain. Yeah, I wonder where it is. Cause I can't go over there. Like, there's only so many places it could be. You heard of JDK? Yeah, I've heard of JDK. So I wonder where it is. And whatever, like, yeah, whatever Tattle just, like, it does that, I think it's the fairy, and I was like, oh, wait, I see it, but I don't see it. Bye. This is weird, bye. You're finally playing this now? Yeah. Where's the fairy? Is it in a room? No. Well, probably. I'm assuming it's outside, but I haven't been able to find it yet, so I don't think it's outside, actually. Oh, is that how I get that heart piece? I have to give you the... Oh. Okay, I see. Who's your favorite JJK character? Oh my god, I forgot his name because I haven't played it in so long, or watched it in so long. But, the blonde guy. I loved him. Oh my god, it's you! They said I was too loud when I practiced in my room. They got mad. Now I'm sad. I'll just stay here all night and play away from the pad, and you're a child, so you must go to bed. I will not do that. Wait, can I go in there? Probably not. No. Okay. I see a fish. This face is like so huge. Can I talk to you? Oh, I probably need a mask, don't I? Okay, bye! And also, I don't know how to... Oh, that's how. Okay. I can look... Oh, yeah, that scared me too. I can look now. Hi, Freddy. I love looking. Yeah, like... Are those the stars? Am I getting confused with, like, fairy dust? I think that is what's happening. Like, I feel like it's over here. They said in town. I'll break... Oh, there it is. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. I hope I don't miss. That would be really embarrassing. There we go. Please find a way to return me to the Fairy Fountain, North Clocktown. Bye! So it was here. I knew it. Okay, but now I have to remember how to get back over there. Again, this is my first time playing this game, so like I don't know where to go. I mean, I know what it looks like. I don't remember like how to get there though. That's the problem. I have no object awareness, you know. Oh, I found it. Okay. I knew it was in one of those rooms. Bro, spinning Link is so quick. It's more quick than like him rolling. I love how the fairies look in this game too. They look so stupid. Oh, you're still hot. Hi. First time too, you're in for a ride. Tato and you, young one of the altered shape. Thank you for returning my broken and shattered body to normal. I'm the great fairy of magic. I thought that masked girl was helping me and I grew careless. All I can offer you now is this. I shall grant you magic power as a sign of my gratitude. Please accept it. Whoa. They look like chuds. And that's what the fairies look like. What can I do with this? Why am I drunk? Why did Link look drunk? It looked like he was going on a trip. In your current form, press B to shoot. Oh, I can't shoot bubble. Okay. Yippee. The man who lives in the observatory outside of town may know the school kid's whereabouts, but be careful. You must not underestimate that child's powers, kind young one. If ever you are returned to your former shape, come see me. I shall give you more help. I see. Okay, I'm understanding now. I'm understanding, I think. Maybe. I just need to do stuff or something. I don't know. Where the fuck am I? Wait, can I hit this then? I can! Hello. Are you the one who just popped that up there? Not bad for a Deku scrub. We bombers have a hideout that leads to the observatory outside town. You need a code to get in. Maybe I'll tell you what it is. But don't think you're getting it that easily. I can't just tell you what the code is. You have to pass- What the fuck? Sure, alright, light up, guys. Do I have to find all of you? Bro. Are you serious? Okay, well, there's one. Hello. How do I catch you? Did I just shoot you? No, okay, I literally just had to catch you. Okay. Bye. I see, I'm understanding. Okay, so that's how I get to... Okay, I was wondering how I got to the observatory. Because, like, right now it just seems like I can't. What's happening? Oh! He's cheating! No! Oh my god, are you serious? They run so fast. Oh, there's also one up there. Okay, I see. You know what? I'll go after this one first, and I'll go after the other one. Are you serious? I was spamming the A button. Oh, that's gonna suck. Because I have to spam the A button to talk to them, but then... Yeah, they do this. Stop! Okay, thank you. Oh my god, it's so annoying. He tricked me. I don't know where he's going. Hello. Okay, thank you. Bye. Wait, it's gonna be the morning already. Are you serious? I knew I started at a bad time. Okay, so where haven't I been? I haven't been over here, right? Over here? Yeah, okay, I hear something. I play this too well. Oh yeah, there's one. Bro, there's gonna be one left! And I'm not gonna get him in time! No! No! Are you serious? Wait, I've been here. Wait, but I hear one. I think I hear one. No! Oh my god, are you serious? Okay, no, at least I have more time. And I know where most of them are now. Wait. Why wait? That chicken sounds like your chicken. Wow. Well, thanks for the GD. Where is he? There he is. What do I do about this? Yeah, what was I supposed to do about this? Might have to slow the flow of time because I can't do that. I'm never gonna get the game. Have we got Zelda Ocarina back? No. I'm never gonna get the game. Oh, there are two here. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense. I see. Okay. I understand. How does that happen? Coincidence. Why was that easy? Why was that one easy? Oh, bye. I don't know where he went. Probably over here. Wait, where did he go? Well, I lost him. Oh, wait, there he is. That's not him, actually. Oh, there he is. Okay. Whoa, I'm speedrunning it this time. Okay, I know where the last one is. It's over here. I'm running. Yippee! Okay. That was easy. You're pretty good for a Deku Scrub if only you were human. Then I could give you an original Bomber's notebook and make you a member. What do you guys think? No way, no script. Oh my god. Once you let some kid who wasn't... Oh, do I have to do this again then? Yeah, teach me the code. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 4, 1, 5. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. I understand. I see. I won't remember this. I will remember this. Maybe. Not really. I'm just trying to rush. I don't want to talk to anyone. Cause I can't do anything yet. I'll just go over here. Cause this is where I had to go, I think. I don't know what I'm doing. Stop! Okay, and then it's you, right? Yeah, okay. What? Okay. I didn't even press the A button, I pressed 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. But I pressed up on the C sticks, and I guess that didn't work. Whoa, I'm in a cave. Oh, what is this cave? What the hell? Where am I? Well, that was kind of cool. Oh, do I have to shoot them? I mean, that's the only way I can attack, right? Can I hold this? Oh my god, I can. I can't. Bye. Why there's so many, like, Majora balloons? I don't know what they do. I'm just gonna kill them. Hi, Sven. How's it going? How you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I just be doing. Oh, this is the observatory. I see. Wait, I've heard this song before. A lot of people use it in, like, their videos. Wait, what the fuck? Where's the guy? There's the guy. Well, a strange-looking child has joined me today. Are you a new friend of the Bombers gang? Your manners seem much better than those of your mischievous friend from the other day. That ill-mannered troublemaker from the other day said he'd break my instruments. He said he'd steal my moon's tear. There was no stopping him. Even now, just to watch him, he's probably causing trouble around the clock tower. Will you gaze into the telescope? I guess, sure. Hello, where's the... Oh my fucking god. Hello. Well, did you find that troublemaker? You can zoom... Oh, I had to find him? Okay. I had to find the moon. But I had to find... Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hello. He's so cool. He's not cool at all. There's a meteor. What the fuck? Okay. I love his mask. Well, did you find that troublemaker and that loud noise? What was that? Perhaps another moon's tear has fallen out nearby. Go through that door and take a look outside. But I wonder how that troublemaker got on top of the clock tower. The only way through it there is the clock door, and that opens only on the eve of the carnival. Oh. I see. Wait, how do I get the ocarina then? I thought I would just have it, but I guess not. Is there another way I can leave? Or is this the only other way? Because it looked like there's a door. What's wrong? Also, thanks for the heart. Oh, I thought this door was locked. Okay, there we go. Yippee! Okay, I know where to use this. Kind of. So I can get a piece of heart. I just want to see if there's anything here. There's nothing here, what the fuck? That's crazy. Okay, bye. That's actually crazy. You know, I thought there'd be cool shit. There wasn't cool shit. I just say this, you're very cool. Well, thank you. I've been getting that a lot recently, actually, for some reason. Do I just go back then? And get that guy the moon's tier? Cause I really don't want to do all this again. But I might have to, unfortunately. I might be fucked up. I might have fucked up. I might have been fucking around too much. But I see now. I see the error of my ways. Please. But I don't have the ocarina yet either, so it just kind of sucks, you know? Where's the guy? There he is. Hello. Press start. That's not start. Press start. Yeah, there's start. Okay, there we go. I had to say this, you're a clown. I am clown. That stone, you must hand it over to me. In exchange, I'll give you my spot here, deck and flower included, yes? Okay. Oh, the land title, dude. Okay. Bye. Bro just moves. Okay. Thank you, I guess. Why would he do this? No, get away from me! Bro. I wanna kill this thing. Okay, so now I can go up here then, right? I see. The door to the clock tower opens only once a year at midnight on the eve of the carnival. Oh wait, did I do this too fast then? Wait, was I actually gaming? I didn't know I was gaming. Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Cause yeah, there's nothing I can do now, right? How do I don't want to quit this. Go away. Right, because I had to go over there, right? And then the fucking... Yeah, whatever. Whatever. And then I got my ocarina, and then I time loop or something, and yeah, whatever. Whatever. I'll just wait here and fuck around some more, I guess. Who can I talk to? Who's a bitch? I don't know who's a bitch. I can't... There's a little game to try if you want. Where is it? The mayor's official residence open to the public from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Well, I can't do that. The Indigos, the Zora band that's retrieved the DT sound of the theme song, will be playing at the carnival time. Contact Madame Aroma regarding performances and details. By the fairy cave? Okay, I'll go over there. I'll try to do something over... Oh, I'm here. Hello. What's the game I can do? Hello. What do you want? Did you memorize the code? If only you were human, then I could make you a Bombers member. Too bad. What happens if I shoot this again? Like, what does he do? Did you memorize the... Okay. Hi, Bala, how's it going? Okay, so nothing happened. The The fence? Oh, this fence. I see. Okay. Deck is script playground down this hole. Bye! I'm in a hole. I'm not in a hole anymore. I'm with my kind, my people. How about it? We're open only until the carnival, which is the day after tomorrow, so you... Okay, okay, thank you. Alright, then use this deck flyer. Have fun! At a time it takes you to get out of routes faster than the current record, you get an extravagant prize, but if you fall down below just once, what the fuck? This seems like it sucks. It does suck. Okay. Cause I'm not used to the timing yet. Okay, one more. Gambling. I only had 10 rupees. I feel like I should have gotten the left one, but whatever. The shadow. I can't really see my shadow. Oh my god, I thought that was going. Oh my god. I was waiting for it to come to me. I was like, I timed this right. I mean, I did time it right if it was coming to me. How do I leave? Bye. Wait, do I need that for a piece of heart, though? Please tell me. Is that the prize? Please tell me no. I need to be human. I need to be human. I can't do anything. I need time to go. It's taking too long. So what if the end of the world is right now? This dog fucking hates me. Wait, can I die? Ouch. This dog is too powerful. Holy fuck. I didn't know the dog was powerful. Why does it hate me? I will fuck around with the dog. I don't care. Ouch. Why does dog like... So, bro. It's like if I get close to him, his aura just kills me. Like, bro. I didn't think I would figure out the first puzzle like this fast. I didn't think it was that easy. But now, since I don't have my ocarina, I just kind of had to wait here, you know? And just get fucked over by this dog. And, like, I don't know what I'm doing, other than getting fucked over by this dog. So, yeah. I'm just getting fucked over by this dog. This dog will fuck me up. Wait, it's almost daytime. No! You can save your money in the bank for... Wait, where's the bank? I only had 3 rupees. It's not worth it. What does dog do? Why does dog do this? Why can't I hurt the dog? Why can the dog hurt me, but I can't hurt dog? What the fuck? What's the point? Why dog do this? Ouch. If I even try to attack it, it's too powerful. Oh, it's drowning now. Well, evil has been defeated. For once. The evil has been... Where am I? Okay. The evil has been defeated. Dan6969, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. How's it going? Please. Okay, you know what? I can't. I'm just gonna go up here. This is all I had to do. Bye. Oh my god, Bubble Nubby, hello. How's it going? I was fucking around with it. Can I go in here? Or is it only dawn? Wait, I still have to wait. What the fuck? I don't have my ocarina, bro. Let me in. What the fuck? No, get away from me. Get away from me. That's the devil. Hello, why did you find a little imp? If you can get back to precious item, yeah, whatever, surely you should be able to find him right away. It going alright, how about you? I'm suffering because I had to wait. Because I did things too fast, and I didn't know I did things too fast. I thought I was doing things too slowly. I can also play this well. But yeah, I thought I was doing things too slowly, but no, I was doing things too fast. So now I had to wait. Because I had to get in here. I mean, it is the final day, but it only opens at night on the final day. So I had to wait for the world to end or something. I don't know. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I had to, as long as you're doing things. I mean, I don't know what to do though, because I never played this game. Hope your first playthrough is going well. It's going fine. I'm just waiting because I don't know what to do. I want to like do side quests, but I don't know how to do them. Because I do want to try and get all the masks. But I don't know how to do them. Hello. All I know is you're hot. You're also an Ocarina of Time. I don't have 10 rupees. Oh, what the fuck? I wasted all my money. This is gambling. I want to gamble. I feel like trying to go for all master percent will also like make me want to die, you know? Because like I said, I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, it's not 10 AM? What the fuck? Oh, it's 9 AM. Okay, I see. I understand. Why is your like evil music playing like very quietly to the castle town theme? Well, that's kind of scary. Oh, hello. I think you guys aren't important. Is this your first time playing? Yeah. It looks like we have a visitor, honey. They have some quests in this game where you have to do things in a very specific order, otherwise the whole quest line fails. Yeah, I know, that's why I'm just like, I'm pretty sure most of these I had to start like on the first day, but you know, it's already too late for that. What shall we do, honey? I think this one can use a bow. But it looks like you can shoot bubbles, so oh, okay. I wanna play, is it 10 rupees? Bro, I'm poor! Hyrule hates the poor. Wait, this is the Hyrule. Fuck, Termina hates the poor. It's not my fault. I have no money. I know where to get money, but I don't want to go over there. The mayor's where's the mayor? What the fuck? Is he over here? Oh, what that kind of scared me, like the way the music just changed. Most of the townsfolk already had taken shelter without waiting for the mayor's orders. The only ones left are public servants and committee members. Mr. Mayor and Carnival Committee members, please order those who remain to evacuate. Well, you cowards, do you actually believe the moon will fall? The confused townsfolk simply caused a panic by believing this ridiculous, groundless theory. The soldiers couldn't prevent the panic, but outside the town walls is where the danger is. You want answers? The answer is that the carnival should not be cancelled. Isn't that right, Mr. Mayor? Well... Are you serious, Mito? It seems that giant chunk of rock above us hasn't caught your eye. At this time every year, we are overrun by tourists, so why is the town empty? Clearly it's your job to ensure the carnival's operation, but that's if people are here for it. Don't drag the merchants and soldiers into this. If the soldiers wish to run, then run. Listen, we councilmen will stick to tradition. This carnival will be a success. I never heard of a defense unit abandoning its town. Madame Aroma would surely say the same thing, wouldn't she, Mayor Dotor? Let's not bring my wife into this. Okay, so they're all kind of stupid. I see. I have no money and I must scream. That is true. That's me right now. I do have no money and I do want to scream. Wait, so when did the doors open? Cause like I said, all I know is I need money. Wait, I guess I have now. Not really. I'm missing 1 rupee. Are you fucking serious? Now. Midnight? Oh. I see. So I could just play minigames until then, right? I guess I'll do that. There's not really much else I can do. I'll play the treasure game because I think that's gambling and I like gambling. Gambling is fun. I love gambling. Who doesn't love gambling? Ow. This dog fucking hates me. I hate this dog. Where's treasure game again? I forgot. Is it this one over here? Yeah, it's this one. Whoa, that's a cat. Okay, let me gamble. If you can make it all the way to the treasure chest and open it within the time limit. Oh, finding out what's inside is half the fun. Are you ready? Wait, this doesn't seem so bad. Right, this doesn't seem so bad. Oh, I see. Wait, so then if I just hold up it... Oh no, okay, that's why. Yeah, see, this doesn't seem so bad. I can't open it. There we go. What? Whoa, you just gave me nuts. Are you serious? Hi, Wingman, how's it going? I got nuts. Did you have fun? Won't you try again? Are you serious? Wait, yeah, it is just gambling every single time. Nice nut. I paid 10 rupees for a nut, bro. That's nuts. Where's this guy going? The music's getting more evil. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, that's a good price. I don't think that's a good price for a nut. I paid 10 rupees to buy a nut and like the world's about to explode, you know, like bruh. Was it really worth it? The world is literally about to end. I paid 10 rupees, I got a nut. I don't think I want a nut. I want something else. Am I gonna pay 10 rupees while the world's like dying? And I should get something else, you know? At least I see better before the end of the world. Well, the ultimate post-nut clarity. I visited the clock turn, all I got was this nut. I gotta go back. I gotta gamble. Wait, is it different every time? Does it get harder every time? Or do I just always get nuts? Can I swear if I always get nuts, like, that's funny, but oh my god. Somebody's saying nutting before the moon kills us all. I just be nutting. Wait, what's this one? I haven't gotten here. What a way to go. Oh, this is the actual shooting gallery. Okay, wait, I can shoot bubbles though. Whatever. Fuck you. I'll go over here. Actually, wait, I think I have to go back now. They said at dawn the doors open, right? Fuck, I couldn't play a game. I wanted to play a game. Oh yeah, the world's gonna end right now. The music stopped. Let me in! How do I go in? Or is it after the bells? Night and the final day, 12 hours remain. Let me in! Okay, is it actually midnight? What the fuck? How do I go in? Yeah, you still got time? Oh, I see. Okay. I understand. 7 PM now? Wait, but, like, the moon is, like, doing things. I don't know. So, I'm getting paranoid. I feel like I'm gonna miss it by playing a minigame. Whatever. I wanted to say it earlier, but I thought it'd be funny to let you panic a bit more. What the fuck? Why would you do this? I'm getting paranoid now. I don't know how to play this game. Oh, they're all dead. What the fuck? I can't play a funny game before the world explodes? Like, what the fuck? What's the point? Can I get that? Oh, she's also dead. Oh, okay. Thank you, I guess. Bye. Why would they all leave? Why would they do this to me? Hey, small child, what do you think of this? Do you remember the code? It's 23415. Bro does not care. Bro doesn't know what's happening. Everyone died, actually, though. Wait, where is everyone? Hey, Deputy Kitty, waiting for us to finish the bridge from the festival tower to the clock tower entrance up there? Sorry, my apprentice panicked and ran away. This is all we got for a festival tower. It's not quite tall enough, is it? Sheesh. If we went to the top of the festival tower, we wouldn't be able to get up to the clock tower entrance. I apologize for all this. I wish I could scare that moon away. What the fuck? Wait, did everyone just actually abandon the town? I probably shouldn't, like, remember what they said in the mayor office, yeah. Do you remember the code? It's 3415. Oh, dude got balls of steel. Bro does not care. Hello, what are you? Hey, little guy, want you deposit some rupees? Nowadays, even if people have money, they don't deposit any. Nothing. So for a limited time, I'll give you a special gift based on how much you deposit. Here you go. You could have all my money. I won't need it right now. Wait, I actually have to put the exact- oh my god, that's stupid. That's actually stupid. Here you go, have my- yeah, sure, but I don't care. You talk too much. Yep, here you go. Link, is it? Got it, I won't forget your deposit. I'm gonna stamp you with my special ink. It doesn't leave any marks, it's not gonna hurt. Okay. Little guy, now I got total rupees from you. Whoa, I'm so rich. I'm gonna, bro, that interest, it's gonna accumulate so much. I'm gonna get so much money, especially since I can time travel. Like, oh my god. That interest, bro, it's gonna be... I'm gonna get like 200 in no time. Also, how do I talk to this frog? Do I need a mask? Making bank. I'm guessing I need a mask to talk to this frog. And like I said, I want to try and get on a mask. It'll probably be the most painful experience of my life. But I do want to do that. I believe so, I see. But yeah, I want to try and get on a mask. And like I said, it'll be very painful, it'll be hard. Especially the cafe quest, because I've heard what you had to do. I don't remember what you had to do is the thing too, so yeah. Somebody did that, yeah, it will be a task. Oh my god. Also, thanks for the rose. I'm just waiting for 1 more hour. Oh, yeah, there we go. Yay! Fireworks, yay! Wow, everything's going to be alright. Nothing bad is happening. Yay! Oh, I see. You know what? That makes a lot more sense. That doesn't make sense at all, actually, but it makes sense for a Zelda game. I have 5 minutes to get up there. I'm not gonna get up there. Nothing bad is happening. Don't stop now. Look, you can get up there now. Yeah, nothing bad is happening. Oh, what the fuck? Where am I? Oh, I'm just there. Okay. Wait, that was easy. What you doing? Dot. Sis! Ah, Tail, we've been looking for you too. Hey, Skull Kid, what if you gave that mask you're wearing back now? Hey, come on, are you listening? Swamp, mountain, ocean, canyon, hurry the four who are there, bring them here. I love this game, this is my first time playing this game. Don't speak out of line, stupid fairy. No, what are you doing to my brother? Skull Kid, you still think you're our friend after that? Well, whatever. Even if they were to come now, they wouldn't be able to handle me. Well, he's horrifying me to just look above you. If it's something that can be stopped, then just try to stop it. Share me the group chat? Well... Also, yeah, this scared me. If it wasn't obvious, this scared me. As a kid. Oh, do I have to fight him? Do I just shoot him? Oh, wait, that was easy. Give me! Yay! For Zelda gave you this instrument? Yeah, whatever. Suddenly memories of Princess Zelda come rushing back to you. Let me play it! Wait. You're already leaving this land of Hyrule, aren't you? What you got? Well, you got the precious game? Yeah, I did. Even though it was only a short time, I feel like I've known you forever. I'll never forget the days you spent in Hyrule. And I believe in my heart that a day will come when I shall meet you again. Until that day comes, please take this. Wow! I can play the name of the game, the other one that I played, that I did, like, win, like, a week ago, like, more than a week ago. This reminds me of us. Will I remember this song? Probably not. I won't remember this. I'll mess it up. Look, I'm gonna mess it up. I messed it up, see? I'm not gonna remember it. And then Child is bestowing us knowledge. Yippee! This melody laying on the edges of your mind is a song of memories of Princess Zelda. Do I have to play it again? My horse is dead, by the way, I think. I don't fucking know. The goddess of time is protecting you. If you play the Song of Time, she will aid you. Is Epona dead? Did they ever explain this? Snap out of it. What are you doing? Lost in memories. Get yourself together. Getting that old ocarina back isn't gonna help us. Shows what you know, buddy. Somebody, anybody got some time? Help us, please. We need more time. I know what to do. I had a whole tutorial about it. When did you get that instrument? I don't remember. I remembered it. Okay. I actually remembered something. That's crazy. We're bringing out the tuba before we all die. I mean, look, I can actually time travel now. Bye. It doesn't just teleport me to the Temple of Time anymore. I always thought that was weird, though. Thanks for the rose. Ouch, my horse, it's dead again. Hello. Hello, I'm traumatized again. Hello. Oh, this guy, he's evil or something. Bye, hello. Oh, it's the dawn of the first day again. Hello. I am traumatized. Hello. Time to play the lottery. What just happened? Everything has... No, that fucking dog that I hate. Get it away. Start it over. Hello. Whoa, evil moon. Hello. What are you anyway? The song you played, that instrument. That instrument. Wait, that's it, your instrument. The masked salesman said that if you got back the precious thing that was stolen from me, he could return you to normal. You're back, hello. Did you completely forget or what? I did forget. Thank you for reminding me. I'll go back. Bye. Oh, hello, you're evil or something. I don't know. I got this shit. Oh, do I have to talk to you? Okay. Were you able to recover your precious item from that imp? I didn't forget you. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Then listen to me. Please play the song that I'm about to perform and remember it well. What? Oh yeah, also, funny story. This song. This song scared me too. I don't know why this song specifically scared me. It just did. I just always like, I don't know, I just found it creepy or something. Why are you being strangled by Miyamoto? Miyamoto is a funny guy. Oh, I'm traumatized now, bye! You're a coward? Yeah, I was. Bye, Deku Scrub! I love that he's waving at it, bye. That's actually so cute. This is a melody that heals evil magic and troubled spirits, turning them into masks. I am sure you'll be of assistance to you in the future. Yes, I give you this mask in commemoration of this day. Fear not, for the magic has been sealed inside the mask. When you wear it, you will transform into the shape you just wear. When you remove it, you will return to normal. Your favorite Zelda game? Well, I got a thing. I got a mask. I'm gonna kill him with it. What if I put it on him? What if I do that? Now I have fulfilled my promise to you. So please give me that which you promised me. What? Don't tell me. My mask. You did. Get it back. Didn't you? What? Oh, he's killing me. What have you done to me? If you leave my mask out there, something terrible will happen. He's so crazy. The mask that was stolen from me, it is called Majora's Mask. It is an accursed item from legend that is said to have been used by an ancient tribe in its hexing rituals. Why would they use this? Who are they hexing? Who do they want dead? It is said that an evil and wicked power is bestowed upon the one who wears that mask. I sure hope putting the mask on isn't painful and traumatizing. Me too. According to legend, the troubles caused by Majora's Mask were so great that it murdered everyone. The Ancient Ones, fearing such catastrophes, sealed the mask in shadow forever, preventing its misuse. But now that tribe from the legend has vanished, so no one really knows the true nature of the mask's power. Bro is a funny guy, but I feel it. I went to great lengths to get that legendary mask. When I finally had it, I could sense the doom of a dark omen brewing. It was that unwelcome feeling that makes your hair stand on end. And now that imp has it. I am begging you, you must get that mask back quickly or something horrible will happen. I am begging you, you must do it. Really? You'll do it for me? I was certain you would tell me that. You'll be fine, surely you can do it. Believe in your strengths, believe. Why you got Mario over there, bruh? Why is Mario on your back? Why'd you kill him? What the fuck? That mask, the school kid uses the power of that mask to do those terrible things, but whatever it takes, we gotta do something about it. The swamp, mountains, ocean, and canyon that Till was trying to tell us about. I bet it was referring to the 4 areas just outside town. There's one in each compass direction. But what do you suppose he meant by the 4 who are there? I had no idea. He always gets important stuff. I guess we should just go and find out. If we go through that gate straight ahead, we'll be heading in the direction of the swamp. I don't want to go there. Does putting on the Mario mask make you go... Yeah. Yeah, it does. I think putting on the Mario mask makes you turn into Mario. Or something. I think that's what it does. I don't know. Oh, fuck you. I don't have a sword. Oh, wait, I do have a sword. Fuck you. Wait, I'm going to... Oh, wait, no, I'm going the right way. Frick that swamp. I want to go to the Great Fairy first. And I want to talk to the children. Oh, wait, I can't talk to the children, right? Because I don't have a slingshot? Because they said if I was, like, a normal boy, they would, like, love me or something. I don't know. They're racist against Deku Scrubs. Gwen, please hear my plea. I've been broken and shattered. Oh yeah, I had to find you again. Wait, do I? Oh, I do have to find you again. Okay. I see. Took his soul. Do I have to get the slingshot for this? Or can I just, like, use the mask and then, like, turn back? Or something? I don't know. I'm so traumatized right now. Hello. Mask? Okay. That's the wrong button. How do I shoot again? Nope, there we go. Sorry. Bye. Hello. I'm normal now. I the guy who just popped that up there. Whoa. Just for you guy, I can make you a member of our gang, the Bombers. But there's a test for becoming a bomber member. Come on, give it a try. Okay, sure. I know where all of you are, but sure, whatever. Bye. Why is this guy red? Why is he red? What the fuck? Why you red? Okay, and then, yeah, there's this guy over here. Ouch. Wait, what do I do about this? Like, seriously, what do I do about this? Okay, there we go. Oh, he's the leader? I see. Actually, I feel like I should just put the mask on. Cause I'm gonna have to go up there with the mask anyway. Oh, can I not do that? I can't cheat? Okay, I can't cheat. Wait, how do I get up there without the mask? Oh, I have to go around, don't I?
Let's get a good
You failed.
stretch.
Are you winning? I'm not winning. Wait, where's the ferry? It was here. Oh, is it only here at night? I see. I'm understanding. Okay, I didn't know I couldn't put the mask back on like ever if I just started that. What if I start over the entire day again? That would be funny, I think. Is Max singing loud or only when I ask? I know where they all are, I just don't know how to get up there to the other one as normal Link. Unless it's like literally right here. Or something. Okay, it's not. Yeah, I don't know. Oh wait, is it? No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know how to get up there as normal Link. How do I do that? Yeah, cause it's up here. Cause that's where that kid is. But I don't know how to get up there as normal Link. If I even can. I can use Deku Link, but can't oh, okay. That makes sense. That would've fucked me up. Wait, so then what do I do then? What do I do then? Thanks for the bong. Could it not letting me start over? You didn't fail completely? Oh. That's so weird. That's actually so weird. Stop! You partially failed like me at like no, don't say that. What the fuck? So now I still have to catch like these two little fucks. Okay. He tricked me, what the fuck? Bro, what do I do? I can't, bro. If I go any farther, like... Okay, there we go. I hate it when they do that. Okay, there we go. I hate them. I hate them so much. What the fuck? Did I get the one here? I don't think I did. These kids are brats. They're annoying. Yay. Wait, they said there's one left though. Wait, does that mean I have to go back to him? No! Go away! Stop talking to me! I feel like it is just faster to put on the mask and like just to run and then come back. Cause this does just feel so much faster than rolling. Oh yeah, he's up there again, okay. Why is Luigi here? Bye. Come here, please, please, please. No. Come here, please. Come back. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Luigi, you did it. So what's your name, guy? Link. Alright, that school kid broke our rules and he's been doing all kinds of bad things lately. Starting today, he's out. I'm making Link a bomber. You guys don't mind, right? Right. This is the bomber's notebook. It contains the words we live by. Read it over. Uh-oh, what does this do? That's to keep track of people. Oh. Wait. Wait, this is... Wait. Find trouble people and add their names and pictures. Only 20 people will fit in your notebook. Promise to help them. Oh. Whenever you solve some problem, it makes you happy. So a happy sticker. Oh. No, removing the sticker. Use problem. Okay. So that means there's 20 masks then, right? I'll take your secret code. Are you ready? Red and blue bandanas. Is this a gang violence reference? I guess. Yeah. The Bomber Secret Society of Justice was added to your notebook. You were taught the secret code is to add it to your notebook. I see. No, masks aren't attached to all but... Oh, okay. Wait, that's crazy. I mean, I know there's like the main 4 masks that you get. The transformation masks. But like, are those the only like extra ones or are there more? But I see. I'm understanding now, kind of. Not really. I may be understanding. I don't know why I'm not doing what I said I would do. Hello, child. I'll do this again. 2, 3, 1. Well, it was 4 and then 5. No, okay. I don't remember. I forgot this time because I was talking. Wait, where's the notebook? Oh, it's there. Oh, that's where it is. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. Okay, I see. Oh, bro, I hate that I can't use up on the D-pad. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5. There we go. If you hate looking around and Pokemon is gonna make you lose your mind, is it? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like Pokemon is different because, I don't know. I actually don't know. Like in Zelda, I love looking around. But in Pokemon, I don't. It's so weird. I don't know why. Do I drown? Can I drown? I can drown, okay. No, go back. Wait, if I'm child, do I drown? I don't drown, okay. I only drown if I'm a fucking scrub, I guess. That's crazy. Oh, I need bombs. Oh, I don't have bomb. I need bomb. Okay. I see. I understand. Not really. I need bomb. How do I get bomb? This is interesting. This is very interesting. Ouch. Very interesting. Do you even get Slingshot as Child Link in this game? Or is it just Bubble? But I came back to your streams, you're very entertaining. Am I? Oh, that's what oh, that's what, oh, I see. Okay, I just kind of shot it the first time because I was like, Majora is bad, so I'd kill you. I didn't know it actually blocked the way. Sting shot, you say? Very interesting. Very interesting. What the fuck? I see. Okay, what do you say? What do you want? You're a child I never seen in town before. Are you a new friend of Bombers? I always say that it is important to develop your interest while you're young. You could use this telescope to look around town if you're interested. I guess I don't know what I should do here, though. Like, yeah, Majora is there, but like, do I need the moon tier every single time? I'm guessing there's different locations for the moon tier. That's not Majora. Have you ever played Celeste? I have played Celeste. I've beaten Celeste. Not on stream, but I have played and beaten Celeste. Like when Deku Link runs around, he makes squishy sounds. Yeah, I love it too. Very interesting. I did. Wait. What a wonderful game. Sorry, whenever I make a discovery, I will just say very interesting. Wait, I can plant beans here. Wait, how do I get beans? I need the beans. What's this guy's problem over here? Is that a fucking oct? Oh, that's not an oct. What the fuck is that? I don't like you. Go away. I'm gonna kill you. You look disgusting. I hope you, like, die, actually. I hope your whole family just dies. That's so gastropilled of you. Seeing that the first day is almost over, I may recommend talking to Scarecrow back in the building. This Scarecrow? Oh, what the fuck? Hey, baby, I'm a stunning Scarecrow wandering in search of pleasant music. Time will pass in the blink of an eye if you dance with me. If you like, baby, we can forget the time and dance until night. Shall we dance? Oh, sorry, that's too bad. In that case, wait, I said yes. By the way, I know of a mysterious song that allows you to manipulate the flow of time. Do you want to learn it? Oh, wait, I said no. Okay. Now listen up. If you play that strange song backward, you can slow the flow of time. And if you play each note twice in a row, you can move a half day forward through time. How's that? Pretty interesting, isn't it? But I'm sure I'd like any song written by you better, baby. If you like, you can play one for me. That's a nice thing you got there. Let me hear a song you wrote on that. I already forgot. I already forgot the song of time. That's crazy. Wait, how do I say my songs? Oh, that's how I say my songs. Left, right, down, left, right, down. I guess random fuck those secrets of time and space. Cause he's a funny guy, I think. Same as Ocarina of Time. I mean, I can just play Song of Healing, right? It doesn't matter. Oh, I can't. That song doesn't sing to my- oh, wait, do I need to make an original song? Scarecrow knows too much. Do you want to learn it? Yes. Now listen up, if you play that strange song backward, you can slow the flow of time, and if you play each note twice in a row, you can move half away. Okay, how's that? Pretty interesting. Okay. When you put it down... Oh, I do. Okay. Okay, there you go. And that's my original song. Oh, that's a nice tune, by the way. I know of a mysterious song that allows you to manipulate the flow of time. Wanna learn it? Yes, thank you. If you play that mysterious song backward, you can slow the flow of time. Yeah, whatever. How's that? Pretty interesting, isn't it? But I like the song you played for me better. If you want to see me again, okay. Wait, do I just know the song then? Do you just... What? Why'd he leave? What? It's known by... Oh, okay. Wait, what is it then? Is it just a Song of Time? Oh, it is a Song of Time. Okay. It's just play the notes backwards. I see. I see. I won't remember this. So is it down A, right, down A, right? Is it that? Down A, right. Oh, it is. Okay. Slow, yeah, I guess. I guess. Playing notes on a different order and you get a special song called Nothing. That's crazy. Yippee! Empreg time? Who's getting Empreg? I vote Cyan. Cyan, you're getting Empreg. I'm sorry. Now time is much lower. I see. Sorry, someone in TikTok chat said Empreg time, so I voted you. I don't know why you, but you. I wish I could show TikTok chat on Twitch chat, but I you know, I can't do it with like, you know how chat looks. So just like, whatever. Democracy is wild. Okay, wait. Is there a minigame tied to Mask? And can you tell me which one? Like, out of all the ones here. Because I don't want to waste rupees. I have no rupees anyway to begin with, but, you know, I don't want to waste them either. Is a thing. I do story a bit for it. Okay. Whatever. I tried to help the people of this land, but no, I had to awaken a titan or something, apparently. Stop talking to me! Fuck these- yeah, you know. True. Actually real. Why do I need to solve these people's problems? Like, they're gonna forget them anyway. The world's also gonna end anyway. You know? Very nihilistic of me, but it's true. It's okay, you can just reset 30 seconds and it won't matter. True. Here you go. I hope you do something for me. I should probably just do like one quest like for the 3 days, right? Because once I get the mask, it won't matter. I never had to do it again, right? Like that's how it works? I don't know. Oh, Tattle, you kind young one, thank you for returning my broken and shattered body to normal. I am the great fairy of magic. For now, this is all I can offer you. Allow me to ease your weariness as my token of gratitude. Once you get the mask, it stays. I see. Okay. I thought that's how it works, but I didn't know how it worked. What are you doing to me? Kind young one, scattered throughout the 4 temples of this land are broken stray fairies like me. Please find a way to save them and return them to their fountain. Surely they will add to your strength. What the fuck? I don't want that. I don't want this. Get this away from me. Can't save me, whatever causes me to worry. I just didn't believe we were scared the mask didn't stay. Can take an eye out with those things. That is a very integral mask. Okay, so I had to use this at every temple then. I see. I understand. Top 5 mask. What the fuck? Dagger fuck. It's you. Okay, I mean, since I only have the Ocarina of Time, I could just, like... where is it? How do I put it on? Mask hair will shimmer when you're close to a stray fairy. Can I not just... Oh, I can. Okay. I'll just put it there, I guess. Wait a moment. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I'm a Deku Scrub. Okay, bye. I forgot your races. Hello. Bye. Just frame combo. Can't put it on yet? What the fuck? Also, I feel like I went in the wrong one. This is too Great Bay, right? Uh-oh. I meant to go to the swamp. Bye. I got confused. It's this one over here. Is this one over here? Where is it? This one over here. Bro, can you, like, stop being racist, please? Just let me through, thank you. Can't believe we got confused. I know, it's crazy. I just not ran through loading zones and run south. So what do you mean I can't use this? Oh. Can I just get to San? Like, forever? I think it looks good on me. Maybe. I think it looks good on me. I just keep this on, I guess. It looks great on you. Yeah, I just keep this on, I guess. I don't know why I'm killing this guy. I just wanted to, I guess. Wait, I need beans! How do I get beans? I don't know where to buy beans. It's not like I have money anyway, but I need beans. I'll try and get money, I guess. You know, I put this on, fuck you. Cause I need money, like, unfortunately. I need the beans. What's over here then? Oh, there is something over here. Hello. What this? Money, yay! Wait, are there different sizes of wallets in this game? Cause I swear, actually. Do you feel bonita? I don't know what that means. Wait, what this? Pretty? Oh yeah, I guess I feel pretty. Whoa, that's Skull Kid. I remember this. Teo and I drew this with the Skull Kid when we first met him. He told us that he had been fighting with his friends and that they left him all alone. He was bullied, so he's evil now. Classic. Actually, classic. That can't be Skull Kid. I was bullied, only turned out slightly evil. Well, this just goes to show. Don't bully Skull Kids. I was bullied and turned out fine. He's evil now. He's crazy. He's crazy. I didn't know you could hold fairies like that. I thought fairies were like ethereal beings, but I guess not. Bro's tweaking. Oh my god, wait. He's still tweaking. Why is he tweaking like this? I kind of find it funny. Like, I know this game was made in a year, but like, there's so many more cutscenes than in Ocarina of Time. It's actually kind of funny to me. The animations also like look more smooth. Like it's crazy. I cheers because he was always playing tricks, so nobody wanted to play with him. But to do what he just did because of that. Squishy for not being able to touch light. Whoa. Now he's evil. And once he got his power, he fucked everyone up. Or something, I don't know. There's a bat, like, right on that tree. I don't like that. Where is it? Yeah, it's up there. Wait, what can I do with this? Where can I go over here? Why is this here? Can I go on this tree? No. What can I do with this? I wonder if he was always the warden mask corrupting him. I can't go up here. This game was being tweaked because it's going to be released as DLC. Well, wait, I can't read all that, sorry. I tried to figure out where this takes me. But I don't know where it takes me. I can't go up here. Okay, whatever. I also see a new thing. This game was the DLC for the 64 disc drive, which makes sense. When they started working on Majora's Mask, they just transferred most of what they were working on over to this. I see. Why is there a fucked up bird? But what does the fucked up bird do? Milk Road ahead, Romani Ranch for... Oh my god, wait. I know this side quest. I watched a video essay on this side quest. This one specific side quest. Bad stuff, but has great stuff. Bird stuff. Oh, I need to break rock. How do I break rock? I need bomb. Someone was up to some no good mischief and blocked the road to Romani Ranch. I'm sorry, I'll remove it quickly. Okay, bye. I think I need bombs or like Goron mask or something. I don't know. Fairy. Yay. Gormon track, home of the horseback riding experts beginning welcome. Please drop in at your leisure. I don't think I can do anything here though, right? I mean, I don't have a horse. My horse is dead. My Uma, it's dead. It got fucked up. And not yet. My Uma, fucking dead. Uma. That's my headcanon. Skulky just fucking killed my Uma. What the hell? Why would he do this? Oh my god, my hair's bothering me. Cause I have a fan like to my right, and it's blowing that shit into my face. Oh my god, it's a disgusting thing. Why does he look like this though? Wait, there's a green one. Are these choo-choos? I swear, these are the choo-choos. They look so disgusting. Yeah, bro, they're so disgusting in this game. Oh, why are they like this? I don't think I'm supposed to be here. Okay. I'll go back. Why did the choo-choos look like this? They look like fucked up Dragon Quest slimes. Is that a- no, that's a bat. No, I killed my own kind. I'm gonna try and kill this thing. I don't think I can though. No. I don't know how to lead my shots. I need to get like locked onto me, I think, and then I can lock onto it, and then I can kill it. Yeah, like that. What does he even do? What does this guy do? He's easy. Yeah, what does he even do? He's easy. He does weird bird stuff? Okay. He said beware of birds, so I thought he was dangerous. Oh, he steals my money. Okay. I see. I see. Can I kill him? Only bird like this in the game. Can I kill him? Because he's not dying. Yes, okay. This is like the Zelda enemy with like the most health I've ever seen, actually. I don't think I've ever seen a Zelda enemy with this much health. Like, just die, bro. What is he doing? Why is he like this? What is bro's problem? Is it even worth it? Is it even worth killing him? I don't think it is. The Decaform is very weak. Oh, so I should just switch. Wait, there's a hole. Is this the fairy? No. I don't know what to do then. I can't even spin! Okay, whatever. Ouch. I thought you would die, but you didn't. Wait, there's Skulltulas in this game? Oh wait, no. It's like my heart is being peered right into. That's a disturbing eye. It's like, yeah, whatever. Only 50. What the fuck? Only 5606 remaining. What do you mean by this? Oh my god, hi little cat, how's it going? I should have mentioned that earlier. Just a timer. Stop desecrating. Bro, they're not graves, they're gossip stones. They gossip, that's what they do. They just like a little gossip, you know? Can I go up there? Like, is that what this is for? No, okay. Sorry, I'm looking for, like, the Great Fairy Fountain. But I don't know where it is. Apparently stones that are bouncy. Look, see, there's another one over here. Yeah. You know, I kind of like the effect they do to my screen. I really like that effect, actually. I'm not even being sarcastic, I really like it. I want to hit it more. No, it stopped. There's a treasure chest. Oh, I need beans. Okay. I need the beans. So then there's nothing I can do. I mean, I don't see the hole. If only Geodude is here to see this. I'm looking for the Great Fairy Fountain. But I can't find it. Like, I see that hole. But that's not a good hole. That's a bad hole. It's a hole that leads nowhere. Oh well. I'll just go over here, I guess. Never a bad hole. No, it's a hole I've been to. That's why it's a bad hole. What the fuck? Oh my god! Why would you do this? I'm gonna die. Thank you. Give me a heart, thank you. Dad didn't be in this game. Why you back? Bro, I got him in the loop. And now there's keys after me. What the fuck? Can you attack me, sir? Thank you. Thank you. Give me a heart, please. Thank you. Bye. I mean, I should probably have this mask on, right? Bro. Why are you everywhere? I'm murdering me in cold blood. I mean, you're everywhere. God, the Deku Squirts fuck up like the fucking Deku Bobbles. It's actually kind of funny. It's really funny, actually. You know, I'll just keep this on. I'll hope for the best. Want shooting gallery 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. There's a shooting gallery everywhere. I've been told this. Please feel free to take our fresh spring water home with you. Oh, I don't have a bottle. Wait, do I need this purple fish? This purple fish looks very important. I'll just keep that mental note and then forget it like a month later or something. Actually, not even a month later, like a day later. I was giving myself too much credit there. Get away from me! I don't want to fight anymore, please! Like 2 hours? Yeah, exactly. Oh, the Great Fairy Fountain. It's here! I understand! I understand, it's here! Yes, it's here! So on tourist information ahead. Why they make their whole business like tourism of a swamp? Like, what did you do? Thanks for stopping. You're not from here, are you? I sell magic Oh. I'm going to find some sets in the library place. But to open up yeah, sure, whatever. I must get back to business. You didn't understand my product? Okay, yeah, whatever. I'm a Degus girl now. The mold brings tourists. Thanks for stopping by and doing business with the focus on Degus Scrub clientele. Actually, I want to do business at the palace, but there's this big octopus, and nothing really can be done about it, so I should have set a shot here. Dude, I do want magic beans. I'll take all your beans. You know how to use magic beans? And I guess, wait, wait, why is no first? Do you need, I do. Wait, what do you mean I don't know how to use magic? I do know how to use magic beans. What the fuck? Do I need something? I can't just plant them? And then you need to go through the proper channels first. Do you know what I mean? Press start to... Okay. I guess I'll show you this. Okay, whatever. I don't understand. What's your problem? Why can't I use the beans? Whatever. Maybe not him. I don't think the nuts would work. I mean, I can try, but I don't think it'll work. I think I need like a shovel or something. I think I actually just need like a shovel or something. Yeah. I need a shovel or something. Okay. Well, that sucks. That sucks a lot. Actually, no. He needs like a business thing or something. Okay, hello. Brian, where's he? That small child is off playing hooky again. A child his age has no business searching for fairies. Oh, welcome. Well then, why don't you show me the pictograph you've taken? Wait, I don't have a pictograph. What the fuck? It's your first time entering? Yeah, it is. Swamp Tour Center is currently holding a pictograph contest. It's open to all ages, from children to adults. For nice pictographs taken in the swamp, a free boat cruise will be... Oh. Would you like to enter our contest? Oh, but to enter, you first must take the boat cruise. Boat cruise reservations are handled at that window over there. Bro, there's so much I need to do. This window? Old Kume's boot krills ticket off his clothes. Please inquire at the magic hag's potion shop near the edge of the swamp. Okay. Near the edge of the swamp. So like... I don't know. Over there? I don't know. Can I just like steal the boat? I should do this, yes. You hold the sacred sword, have proof of our encounter. What do you mean? Oh. I see. What does this do? You can save your progress and... Oh. I see. No, I don't want to quit playing. Okay, but I see. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I'm assuming I just, like, go over here then. Like, this is all I can do. Oh, here's the potion shop. Okay, I see. I see. understand. I understand. Maybe. I don't really understand. I'm just going up here. This looks like a potion shop. Right? Yeah, this is potion shop. This looks potion shop. I hope it's potion shop. If it's not potion shop, I don't know what I'll do. But it looks like potion shop. Where? Hello? Wait, it's you! Now that's a problem. See, we sell potions to humans only. Yeah, whatever. I'd take my chances. Welcome. My potions work very well, they do. Are you by chance a boat cruise customer? How unfortunate. Kume's gotten into the woods out back looking for mushrooms. Now that I think about it, she's a bit late coming back. Could you go find her for me? It's easy getting lost in those woods. Ask the monkeys that live there. Okay. I see. I understand. Not really, but I understand. So like over here. Where is this? Where woods a mystery brewer, ferocious turtles. I didn't know turtles could be ferocious. Oh, I'm in the lost woods. Follow me. Oh, okay, I'll follow you. Yeah, I'll follow you. I'm following you. Bro, why are you a troll? I see the ferocious turtle. I see it. Why is this monkey a troll? Why is he like this? Why is this turtle like this? What is wrong with you? Oh wait, I should... What the fuck? Wait, what? I saw the monkey go over here. Okay, they trolled me. They trolled me. Okay, it wasn't that hard getting over here anyway. Wait, it is the same way every single time, right? Oh, it is, okay. I feel like I should put on my mask for this. Yeah, he went over there, okay. Oh, I see you. I was just looking at the monkey. I was just busy minding my own business picking mushrooms when bam, I got behind. I passed this gold kid. Did you think an old hag wouldn't recognize him if he in his face? Just think he's that powerful and now I can't even move. Don't you have anything that gives you energy? No. No. I have this. No. Okay, so I need to buy a potion. Okay, I see. And then I need to do this all again. Okay, whatever. At least I'm rich now, kind of. Whatever. I didn't know I needed to buy a potion. It's 50 rupees. Yeah, I'm rich. I'm rich, I can do it. I need to buy green one, right? Skull Kid got Takume? That's ridiculous. If it's just a Skull Kid, then what harm could he possibly do? Oh, well, that's true. To take this potion there, this isn't good. Oh, I need to talk to you first. And then, okay, I didn't even need money. I see. I understand. I understand. Yeah, I understand. Hello, monkey. Take me somewhere. Take me somewhere, monkey. Why do they sound like a Pokemon? The turtles. Why do they sound like Pokemon? They sound like Squirtles in the fucking anime. Why do they sound like this? Why would they do this? Nah, I didn't. I got and it attracted some weirdo's attention. I'll just play dead. Hello, talk to me. Hello. Why does it sound like you're saying things? I don't know. I don't know why they're doing this. Where's my potion? Where's the potion? Potion. Here you go. Have this. Here you go. Drink red. That color, that smell, that's definitely Kotake's. Oh my god. They love red. I think this is alcohol. Or drugs. I feel the energy flow. Kume is revived. Bye. You saved me. I'm the Swamp Tour Guide. I run the boat cruise, so come by if you want a free ride. Bye. What does sign say? And the woods of mystery, this the way to the entrance. Oh wait, I can go anywhere? Oh, I didn't know I can go anywhere, and then it would just... take... okay. Hello, monkey. What the fuck? You have strange powers, no? Me been watching you. Ate the swamp filled with poison water. Temple above waterfall strange. Brother go to temple. But brother no able to find temple entrance. Temple for Deku only. Brother captured by Deku now in palace. Help! Help! I need help too, buddy. I understand. Oh wait, I have a bottle now. I see. I see. I understand. Where do I get my magic back? They're not giving me magic. They're not dropping magic. They hate me, actually. No one's dropping. Not even you. You just dropped nuts. What's wrong with you? Wait, what's over here then? Can I even go over here? I can. But what's even over here? Oh wait, is this the way to the fucking temple? I feel like this is the way to the temple. Deku pass ahead, beware of Octo. Oh, it is. Wait, I didn't even have to do any of that. Okay. Oh wait, I did. I think. Actually, not really, right? Because I can just go in here. Yeah, yeah, what the fuck? Oh, I did, because of that guy. I see. I understand. Uh-oh. I didn't fucked up there. I might have fucked up here. Oh my god. That scared me. What does pot do? It's blowing. Let me in. Okay. I see. So then I need to kill Octorok. Killing Octorok good. I understand. I understand how good killing Octorok is now. How do I kill Octorok though? How do I even get to that businessman? Whatever. Talk to me, please. You're so creepy. Bro, you're just the eyes and a nose. What that nose do? It's a special deal for you. I'll let you take the cruise for free. Yes, we got a special going on right now, so we're giving this out for free. Oh, yay! Okay. I can shoot only one photograph at a time, but you can retake it as many times as you like. If we take a nice picture from the boat, take it to that fellow over there. Alright, the boat's leaving. Wait. Wait. Let me do it, please. Okay, thank you. What do I even take a picture of? Like, what's a nice picture? What would they like? I don't know what they'd want. You know what? This looks pretty. Yeah, waterfall. Yeah. What the hell? No. I didn't know it was gonna be red. You know what? There we go. That's a nice picture. Okay, never mind. It's not in frame. You know what? Nice pic. Yeah, nice. There we go. I want this guy. Do you want to go inside the black forest? The floating, pointing nose and staring eyeballs? I don't think I do. Oh. I guess that works. Wait, what do they want in the picture though? I don't know what they want. Wait. No, I couldn't get it. Yeah, you know what? That works. Yeah, you know, that works, whatever. Hello. Oh, bye. Yeah, I don't know what they want. I'm just taking pictures of shit, you know? I don't know what they want. I don't even know where I am. What's over here? Woodfall shortcut for use by Deku squads only. Wait, can I even jump on the water? Oh, I can, okay. I thought because it was poison, like, I don't know, it was like evil or something. Deku Shrine. Oh, is this where the fairy fountain is? Over here? What the fuck? Okay, whatever. I don't know how to like kill those Octoroks yet. Why are the Octoroks so big? It's crazy. And then what is this? It said shortcut, but I don't know where it goes. But yeah, I don't know. That's insane. I'm just like, I don't know what to do. Oh, it's a shortcut here. Okay, I see. What the fuck is that? Okay, whatever. That was horrors beyond my imagination right there. This is the palace of the Deku Kingdom. Only those on official business may enter. But you may enter to see the public humiliation of the foolish monkey who angered our king. Follow this hall straight to the royal chamber. Do not enter any other areas whatsoever. I will do that. Inner palace garden ahead. I'm gonna do this. Is it like the one? Oh, it is. Oh my god, it is. It is like the one in Ocarina of Time, except now you can see where they're looking for some reason. I don't think it really needed this, but you know what? Whatever. I'll take it, I guess. Wait, where's that guy going? Okay. I see. I need his money. Wait, is there any point in doing this, or is it just like for money? Cause I see that hole over there. And hole is good, you know? But I don't know if that hole is good. I guess I'll see. I don't fucking know. What is this? Hello? I need beads. Again! Please feel free to take a friend. Yeah, whatever. I need beads! What's up here? Beads! Do you need it? I need beads! Wait, I don't have water though. You can plant them whenever you want, but if you don't water them, wait, I do have water. Wait, I forgot I have a bottle. Beads! I love beads. What the fuck? I love beads! I can't. Why can't I plant the beans? Do I need to be a human to plant the bean? I do, okay. Beans! Yay! And then... Yeah. Yeah, I'll water that shit. Yeah. Where does this take me? Where am I going? Wait, can I even go over there? Oh. Okay, I thought I needed to like, I don't know, float over there for some reason. I see. I am understanding. I got that bean. I got the bean. Can you give me beans again, sir? I need more beans. The plant responded by bringing you closer. Give me more beans! I'll just buy all the beans I can get right now. I think that's a good idea. Is that a good idea? I think it's a good idea. It's not like I remember where all the bean spots are, so you know. Do I need to go over to this guy every single time I want beans? Because if so, that'll be insane. That'll actually be insane. Okay, bye. I don't need that bean. ESC beans, you know what, that sucks. Do the beans stay at least? They probably don't. I'm guessing right now they probably don't. Wait, why can't I go up here? Beans stay plant. Oh, they do? Oh my god. Wait, that's so generous. Unless time reverses. Why can't I go up here? How do I go up there? What the fuck? I mean, I might as well just get thrown out now, right? Time to go live on the other side. Wait, is it actually so easy? Wait, is it easier than I thought it was? Wait, I can really just keep moving. Yeah, how do I get up there? Oh well. I guess I'll find out. Somehow. I need this bean money. This is my money for beans. I need that bean money. I love the beans. I want to say something, but I'm not gonna say it. Even though I can't say it. I'm just not going to. There, aside from... Oh. I see. Give me this shit, thank you. Oh, piece of art. We know it, I can say it. It's just, you know, it's another story. Twitch will like it or not. I can't think of any joke. Okay, imagine a slur for Mexicans. There you go, you got the joke. And yes, I'm Mexican. So go right. Wait, what? Go right, yeah. Oh, outside. Oh, outside the pallet. Okay, I see, okay. Go right. Okay, go right. No! Go right. Over here. Yeah, over here. Oh my god, wait, please, okay. Oh my god, bean! I love bean! Yay! Okay, here you go. Time to bean it. Bro, they're testing me. I want to say it so bad. I'm being tested right now. I'm actually being tested right now. I'm gonna be Deku. Just because, I don't know. I like it. Bye! Where am I? Oh, there I am. Oh, I see. Oh, wait, but I had to time this. Okay, never mind. I don't really have to time this. What this guy fucking doing? What this guy doing? Do I have to kill him? Bye. I never used that before. I don't have any nuts. No, are you serious? I knew this was gonna happen. Where am I? Are you serious? They respawn the enemy. Oh my fucking god. Where are they? Just throw me out, bro. I don't care. Yeah, look at me, buddy. Yeah, I killed you. Bye. What's even up here? What's even over here? I don't even know. Is this worth it? What's even here? Where am I? Yeah, is this even worth it? Oh my god. I swear if I fucked it up again. Or if something like fucked me up for no reason, I swore. I don't have nuts. I only have 3 nuts. No, I only have 2 nuts. I need more nuts. Wait, but there's that Deku Scrub, right? Do they always give you nuts? The Deku Babas? Cause yeah, there is that Deku Baba, but like, I don't know. I don't have nuts. I mean, actually, how many? Yeah, I only have 3 nuts. I mean, I guess every single time I fail, I can just get 1 more nut, but like, still. It's gonna be annoying. Just cause of those guys that shoot me. I might just get unlucky, like, you know? Cause I'm gonna be honest, I do not know how to use this. Yeah, see, I don't know how to use this. I got really lucky the first time. I tried to look at my shadow, but like doing that just even more cringe. Cause I just had to stay and then I just stay still. And then they kill me. Nut. I need nut. Give me that nut, thank you. Is this even worth it? What do I even get for this? It's raining now. Did it always rain on the 2nd day? Interesting. Very interesting. Like, why? Bruh, okay, whatever. Okay, so there is... Okay, so I do have to stand still too, which sucks. I didn't know there was physics to it. That kind of makes sense though, but I don't like it. So advice, remember to slow time every cycle. Oh, really? I thought it would just stay slowed down, like, okay, whatever. Where's my fucking ocarina? I don't remember how to do this. Happy Big Tuesday. Thank you, I guess. I don't know what this means. I like how I started playing the song and I forgot the songs and I just came up and started doing this. Oh my god, I hate the physics. When you go back, it unslows. The physics are what's fucking me up. And that's why I can't even do this actually, I only have 1 nut. How many nuts do I have? Yeah, I only have 1 nut, I can't even do this. Goodbye, nut. And more nuts. I need that. I know how I've gotten no nuts. They haven't been giving me nuts. Hello, let me in. Bye. What's the song again? I had to say it out loud to remember. So it's down A, right, okay. Down A, right. Yeah, there you go. Wait, Larry, you lied to me! Yeah, you did lie to me, okay. I'm playing the actual song in time. Down A, right. Oh, I thought my Saki went every single day. Down A, right, okay. Down A, right. I don't, okay. Down A, right. Yay. Where am I? They're torturing a monkey, I think. Or something, I don't know. Only royal family members can enter the sunken temple, so it's obvious that the monkey was using her. What? What you want? I haven't seen your face before, are you visiting? Usually I don't allow the lax to be in my royal chamber, but today is different. We're about to punish the foolish monkey who cannot detect your princess. He has insulted the royal family. I'll show him what happens when you do that. That foolish monkey's up in that cage. Take a good look at his face. What? Oh wait, the butler. Oh, that's where the butler's from. Okay. I didn't know where this guy came from. Now that our beloved princess is missing, the king has been able to keep his cool. I fear that the princess may be caught up in some real trouble, just as that monkey claims. But in his current state, the king can't even send troops out to look for her. What are we to do? I see. I understand. Not really. Hello. They keep saying that I cannot turn no matter how many times they say it's not going to bring the princess back. If you're not careful, the princess will fall victim to a monster. Please believe my words. How do I get you out then? They said in his current state. Do I need to play a song for him? No, not you. Sure, they don't kill that monkey or something. Me neither. Okay, no. Your Highness, I'm begging you, please calm down. What if I shoot you? Everyone hurry up and get that cauldron ready. No, okay. I don't want to target anyone, please. Please, let me out, thank you. I think I need to get up there somehow. Like you're saying I cannot no matter what, that's not gonna bring me there. Okay, please believe my words. Oh, wait. Oh, I see, okay. Wait, so I do need to get the nuts. I see. Hello, monkey. Was my brother alright? Did you see entrance to cage? We know secret route there. Enter secret route from other garden entrance, but entrance in tall place? No, I do, okay, yeah, whatever. Okay, that's what you're trying to tell me. I still need nuts. How'd you get here? Actually, how'd you get here? Because I don't have nuts. I now have 2 nuts. I'm gonna miss both of them. Let me in, thank you. Wait, what? Okay, whatever. Whatever, bro. I can get more nuts this way, but still. Whatever. That's actually nuts. That is crazy. I don't know why it didn't work. I was holding it. Finally have a pair. I now have 3 nuts. Yay. I can now do something. Maybe I can miss. I'm not good at physics. Trust me. Wait, can I shoot him, like, over here? Can I just shoot him? Do I not need it? Oh, I can. Okay. And I just needed the nets. Why is it doing that? Okay, bro. I got his dick. I think that's a medical condition. Yeah, why isn't it working? I don't know why it's not working. I'm going the wrong way. Hi, Ultra Goku. At least I can get more nuts. Bro, I'm just farming for nuts. That's what I'm doing. Look, I got this. I got the nut. Yeah, I don't know why it's not working. Never enough nuts. I'm farming nut. Why can't I go in? Thank you. I feel like that's wrong. That was wrong. I know how to aim this though. I'll just stay here. I'm surprised they haven't given me magic yet. It's actually surprising. No, the hearts. Whatever. Yeah, I'm surprised they haven't given me magic yet. I see. I see. I don't like this. Is that right? Yeah, okay. When it doesn't look right, it's right. It's so weird. No, go back, thank you. Please, I don't want to fuck up now. Oh, there we go. There's magic.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Wait, what's the point of this then? This is a trick. It's there to lie to me. It's lying to me. That's all anyone does is lie to me. Believe it. Okay. Can I hit this guy from... No, I can't. Okay. I don't know why I thought I could. Oh, this guy's gonna be so fucking annoying over here, though. Where am I? I don't know where I am. I couldn't see my shadow. Okay. Yeah, fuck you. I hate those guys so much. Whenever I press the A button, I'm scared I'm gonna like spin off and not go in this thing. It's actually scaring me so much. Like, that's been the thing that's been scaring me the most. Is that I'm just gonna spin off the edge. Wait, where do I go from here? Oh, I go over there, okay. Like, I swear I'm just gonna spin off and then, like, just kill myself or something. I'm actually going to. Where am I? I can't turn with this! No! I knew I was gonna mess up there. Thank you. Okay, well now that I know I can shoot them, this will be easy. And I have nuts. Surely this time, yeah. I was shaking so much at the end, actually, though. Oh my god, I'm still shaking. I don't know why I'm shaking so much. Like, I had to take my hands off the controller while I'm on this because I'm shaking so much. Oh, no, I have to go out. Okay. How many times do you gotta teach you to slap? I don't know. I'm just shaking so much. Because after they shot me off, like, because I thought I had to use my nuts and I could shoot them. I was like, oh, okay. I'm dying now. I don't know why I'm dying. I just am. I don't need to nut. Why do they respawn though? Like, they don't need to respawn. I think that's wrong. Yep. I'm kind of using the timer as like a reticle. Please. Actually, why is that flower there? Like, bro. That's actually current. They want to trick me. I don't know why they want to trick me. Die. Yay. Yay, I feel like sneezing. I had to sneeze. Where am I? I can barely see my shadow too. It sucks. Ouch. I need to go over there. I need a heart. Give me. Okay, where is it? Oh, it's coming back. Yay! Okay. All I had to do is hold the A button down. That's all I had to do. What if I let go? I think that would be funny. Alright, haha. That would be very funny. I think I should let go. I want to let go, actually. Wait. Deku King's chamber. Hello, monkey. What do you want? How do I speak to you? How do I? Oh, there we go. They keep saying that I cannot turn about how many times they say it's not going to bring the princess back if they're not careful. The princess will fall back into a monster. Why won't they believe what I say? Fine, I get it. I shall say nothing more to you. Punish me or do whatever else you might. I'm gonna shoot you. Oh, you have them, you two, just like the princess Deku Pies. Those will work great. By the way, who are you? I don't know. I'm dead. Call it the void type shit. That's not important now. Just listen to me. I was trying to find out about the poison in the swamp, so I went to the Woodfall Temple, but the waterfall. But the temple had become a monster's lair, and the princess was captured by the monster. Since the Deku King thinks I cannot the princess, he won't listen to a word I say. My tracking is dead. Now the princess is in trouble, so I must somehow hurry to the temple and save her. Do you understand my plight? Yes. They're not noticing the bats into. Yeah. So then that means you'll go in my place and save the princess. I guess. Yeah. Okay, now I'll teach you the melody that opens the temple. The princess taught it to me. We can't let them hear us, so I'll sing it softly. Whoa, that's so beautiful. Wait, that's so beautiful. Wait, bro can sing. I pressed right. Okay. Yeah, whatever. That's what I get for trying to do it fast. Why is bro naked? Okay, so they did notice. They're just not caring. What the hell? Why would they do this? The melody awakens those who have fallen into a deep sleep. Everyone, did you hear that? This melody, which only the Deku World family knows. It proves the foolish monkey deceived the princess so we could enter the temple. Miska in 1991, thanks for the follow, Honk Honk. Everyone, let the monkey's punishment commence. Oh, they're gonna kill him. Oh, I'm dead. You better take the shortcut to the Deku people use to get to the Woodfall Temple, but you must hurry. If you don't, I will be punished by the Deku King. Oh, that's what that... Oh, okay. I see. Wait, okay, Cyan. I need to ask, do I need to, like, get all the hidden fairies for mass percent or no? Does it not matter? Cause I don't know if I have the mental. It's not required, but the rewards are helpful. I see. Oh, I can kill them by doing that. Okay, I see. Wait, what's over here? I want to know. Come over here. Thank you. I want to know what's there, but I don't want to go down there. I mean, there's lily pads. Let's see. Yeah, and I must go be helpful with finding fairies. I see. What in that hole? What hole do? I want to figure this out, but I want to stay up here too. Nothing down there for you yet. I see. Oh, do I need to go over there? I see. Hello. No, why are you back? You're a fairy child, correct? But this is why you have in the poison swamp. If we dare not venture further, I shall pass no judgment. It is better that you hurry back to town. The swamp you are in has lost its guardian deity, but it was destined to fade anyway. Thanks for the head pat. And that destiny is not solely limited to the swamp. If you had the courage and determination to proceed in the face of destiny, I shall teach you something useful. For coming here, you have just don't tell the bridge close resemblance to me. I have placed those throughout the land and to aid one who would try to change destiny, whatever they may appear. If you have left brief of your encounter, many of the statues and the sun card over people some assistance. Remember, when I play, when the need arises for the first time you play the song, we have eternal friendship setting time and place. Okay, thank you. Bye. Bro was not entering. I don't know why. You know, yeah, you can go farther than I think. Holy crap. Woodfall. Yay. Where am I? There's a moon. It's evil. I'm dying. No. Whoa, bug. I'm gonna kill it. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna kill it. I'm gonna kill it. Bye. That's actually funny, that just kills it. Okay, fine, I'll do this, whatever. Bye. Where do I go? I mean, over there's the obvious way, but like... Oh yeah, cause there's a statue over there and then there's a hole. I see, there's... I thought that was a piece of heart, I was gonna go for it. That is a blue rupee. Okay. Head towards the platform. I see. Oh wait, I'm... I tried to attack with a sword. Wait, there's a chest. And I got nut. Yippee. I love it when they give me... Oh, what the fuck is this? Isn't this the Deku Scrub mark? Okay, so do I play the song then? I forgot the song already, but I think I played the song. Up, right, no, up, left, A, right, A, okay. Up, left, right, A, right? No, I forgot. Up, left, A, right, A. Okay. I always forget the last note and I don't know why. It just usually happens. Whoa, I'm understanding now. Temple. Wait, but what if I want a chest? Cause I do want that chest. You can't? I can't go from here? Okay. I'll try. I feel like I will. Okay, I can. I definitely can. Okay, whatever. What is this? Money. Bro, I'm gonna have to put all my money in the bank, like, now. How do I get back? I feel like I am dead now. Oh, never mind. I can go through this. Okay. I thought this was like blocking me. And so I was scared. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can't even see myself. And I will die because I can't see myself. Bye. I didn't know where I was. I was trying to go backwards. Because that was where the lily pad was. Oh, I'm here now, though. Yippee! And then the lock-on fucked me. Worth the 5 rupees? Yeah. It was. Bye! Well, can I do the jump attack again? I mean, I can, but...
Here you go. Have a
Uh-oh. I can't see! No, please. Oh, I need to be a Deku Scrub? Oh, I'm just dead again, then. The camera keeps fucking me. I hate it. Okay, die. Yay. Oh, it's gonna happen again. Oh woo, oh woo. Ouch. Let me in. Yay. I feel like I should just land next to this again. If they're gonna respawn every single time I try to do something, like, it's not worth it. Wee. Wait, can I even make this? Or is this too far? Okay, it is. Wait, can I? Oh my god. Okay, there's nothing here. And we're just skating the whole time. Takes place in 3 days. Yeah. Yeah, that's how it works. I think. Whoa, first temple. Wait, there it is. Wait, is that not it? Wait, is it that easy? Is that just a fairy? Like, is it that easy? I don't know where to... Actually, I think I know where it is. In a way, yes. Order more straight fairies. And that was like the first one in this temple. Wait, these things look like these things from Spirited Away, but like evil and fucked up. I'll be frank, well, I'm doing good. Only the first, oh. I see. I understand. How many are there? I mean, I do have to mask. But you know, I don't know. Why is there a beehive? I want to shoot it. I feel like that's a bad idea. Was it a good idea? I can't tell. Helpful tip, that must detect if a fairy is in a room or not. Oh, I see. So it won't tell me where it is, it'll just tell me if it's in the room. Okay, I understand. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. But I can't wear it as a Deku Link, so whatever. I'm lazy. I know this. Oh, wait. Should I waste it on a... No, I need water still, because I need beans. I think once I get another bottle, I'll start wanting to get the fairies. But I just don't want to, like, get it and then have to, like, waste it on nothing because, you know, I didn't die and I see a bean spot and then, you know, I need to get water, so it's like, fuck. Because I know that's what's gonna happen. Wee. And if it's close enough, it will come to while wearing the mask. Oh. I see. Ouch. What did you guys do? I just think they're cute. They do nothing. They're not hurting me. Okay, now they hurt me. What the fuck? Oh, that's a Majora's thing. Okay, so I'm assuming... I don't know how you get rid of it, but I'm assuming then I can play a song. Or something like that. Also, I think I got far away, like, enough away from the fucking Skulltula, but I guess not. I try to land in the middle. I feel like that's a bad idea. Okay, no. Okay, I don't want that bottle there. Ouch. Why can't I get this heart? Thank you. I just want the heart, please. Rah. Okay, thank you, bye. I feel like the Skulltulas are like harder in this game than in the other one, Ocarina of Time. Like in Ocarina of Time, I had no trouble with the Skulltulas. Oh my god, Crexic Lord, thanks for the gift sub. Thank you so much. Oh wait, I should probably check. So how will it tell me? Oh, I see. I understand now how it tells me. Okay. Give me. Okay, there's still one. I'm guessing that's a yes. Okay, I understand. Not really. I don't really understand, but you know, whatever. Is there one here? Yes, bro, is there just one in every room? Cause that's what I'm seeing. Anyway, I can get this chest over here, I think. Or maybe not. No, I can't. Okay. I don't like the bells, please. I think I can go over there too. Are the dungeons easier in this game than Ocarina of Time? Or no? Are they more difficult, or are they like the same difficulty? How do you kill these guys? Cause I never fought these guys, so I don't know how to fight them. I'm assuming I just can't kill them. About to save? Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm guessing I just can't kill them. Wait, unless I need to stun them and then hit them? No, okay. Oh wait, I understand what I have to do. Yeah, okay. You know what? That makes sense. Kind of. Oh my god. Bro wanted me dead. Where's the other one? Why is he over there? Come over here, please. Please, bro. I swear. Oh my god, you're too stupid. He's too stupid. No. Okay, can you come over here? Please. Yeah, can you come over here, please? Thank you. Thank you. Bro was stupid. I don't know why I couldn't go over there, but whatever. Wait, Deku Link has to go in the chest. Wait, that's cute. That's so cute. I love that. I actually love that. Do I need to shoot this? Probably. What the hell? What the fuck? Okay, I guess not. Wait, let me try over here. I think I get the bow here though, right? Okay, yeah, that's just for the bow. I understand. It's the same as the last one, so I need the bow. But it sounds like they're saying get wet. I don't know, actually. Everyone thinks they're saying different things. It's really funny. Okay, thanks for the stick. I haven't seen like a thing though. Oh, there we go. I found a thing. This looks pretty light. Well, don't understand it. Press AA to grab it and use. Okay, I see. Wait, is there fire though? Cause I need fire. Oh, there's fire. Okay. So I need to move this out of the way so I can get fire. I understand. I want to see what's up here though. I never noticed that before. Oh wait, there's fire there. Oh, but I can't jump across. Okay, whatever. Wait, what does this beehives do? Are they evil? Like, there's no way they're just there, right? Bye, beehive. I don't trust it. I honestly don't trust it. Hey, is it that easy? Is it actually just that easy? Also, is your money? Bruh. Bro, why are they so difficult in this game? Like, I swear I can't attack them. Or they just parry me. Yeah, they just parry me. In Ocarina of Time, like, they're so easy. It's crazy. Oh, what the fuck? Okay, how do I get that one then? The one over there. They're faster in this game. Like I try to play this like it's Ocarina of Time, but I can't with the Skulltulas. The Skulltulas are fucked. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Okay, then how do I get that fairy? Cause I don't know if that saved the fairy or not. I mean, I can check, but I don't think it did. Cause like the fairy's under there, right? I can't really see it from here. Yeah, it's under there. Do I do weird water fuckery in this temple? Please tell me no. I don't like doing that. Do I just need to like poison myself? Okay, no, cause like... Yeah, I can't do that. Okay, I'm assuming I get an item that will let me do it then. You can get it later. Let me in! They're scaring me. Why not coming over here? Okay, fine, whatever, come over here. Bruh. Link really sucks shooting this thing, huh? Okay. Oh, I thought you were close enough. Okay. Where are you? Come closer, please. Thank you. Yay. Nah, but that's crazy, though. I thought I would just get it, but whatever. I don't know. I got the compass. This is all I need. All I need is a compass. Where am I going? God, I love Deku Link's fucking walk sounds. I'm assuming I need to bring Stick up here too. You know, I should just get rid of the fucking Ocarina. I don't think I'm gonna need it this temple. Maybe, I don't fucking know. You know, when there's that one room with the Ocarina though, oh my god, I'm gonna regret it. And trust me. Ouch. What was the point? Oh my god. Why does Link do like cool backflips in this game? Why'd they make him do this? Like, they didn't need to do this. Yeah, why did they make him do this? Get away out. They just made him like, I don't know, they made him cooler for some reason. I don't know why they did this. Be careful, I sense a lot of evil here. Evil! Evil! Ouch. Ouch. Okay, I'm assuming they're afraid of light. Oh, where am I? Are they? I mean, I can leave now. Bye. She senses me. It's dope though. I think there's fairies in this room. I think there's fairies in the last room though too, to be fair. I should just check. Oh, there's not. Wait, that's crazy. I thought they would just like be in every room. Oh my god, these fucking dragonflies that I hate. I actually do hate them. They're so annoying. I think I fucked up. I didn't fuck up. Oh my god, bro. Wait, can I kill them? Can I kill over here? Yes, please. Yes, just come over here. Bruh. Yes, okay. Thank you. Oh my god. I hate them. I hate them so much. I think they deserve death. That's why I killed them. Because I hate them that much. I think I fucked up. I did not fuck up, okay. You can fly for so long, like, I'm not used to it. Like, I don't know why, but I think you can, like, you know, not fly at all, but that's not true. You can fly for so fucking long. Like, it's so lenient on this. I don't know why. Hello, where am I? Button. Fire. Hang up. Oh, I'm here. And there's still a fairy here. I'm assuming... No. Oh, there it is. What does that, like, bell mean? Does it mean they're, like, attracted to me, or...? Wait, there's still one in this room? What haven't I gotten? Oh, there's probably one in the fucking water. What does this do? Oh, ladder. Oh, ladder. I need fire. I need arrow. It's the name version of calling you. Okay, so I need fire arrow for that. What the fuck do I do with this then? I'm guessing arrow too, but... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can... But should I? I mean, yeah, the ladder's there. I want to press the button. This is probably a bad idea. But I guess we'll see what this button does. Oh, okay, it wasn't bad. I thought it would be bad. I don't know why. And where's the ladder? Over there. Okay. I see. I'm understanding. I'm assuming I want to go in that door over there first, though, so I'm gonna do that. I just want whatever the fuck this is. Oh, fairy. Uh-oh. Ow. I'm getting a lot of the fairies though, which is very surprising to me. I didn't think I would find like this many fairies. I don't know how many fairies I need, but I found a lot of them. Let's see, what in this room? Okay. Thank you for telling me. I need bow and arrow. Yeah, I'll just go in here. There's 15. I got 7. I got more than half. Oh, mid-boss. His office. What the hell? Hit me! Why are you faster? Ouch. Oh, I can't block that. Okay. No. Why is every enemy faster? I thought I slowed down time. What the fuck? They can't do this to- Okay, I got the bell, probably. They can't do this to me. Yeah, there we go. Okay, you know what? You will go to stick button. You're now the stick. You're the new stick. Wait, could I hit it from the fucking bottom? Wait. Damn, I'm gonna kill like that now. How about? Whatever. Oh, my nose is so stuffy. I hate it. Okay, I don't know how to aim in both Ocarina of Time and this, so... Okay. That's cool. Yeah, whatever. Wait, does it go down into poison? No, okay. I just wanted to make sure, you know? You never know. Games like trolling me. And I don't like it. I don't like being trolled, but games like trolling me. So it's like, whatever. I'll just wait here, you know? There's a beehive over there. I don't know why there's beehives everywhere. I don't even know why I can shoot them. I mean, I've been shooting them every single time, but I don't know what they do. And I will shoot this one too. Like, is that how you get the fairies? Oh my god, it is! Okay, you know what? I'll die for it. I don't care. Yeah, see, as long as I got it. It's almost always some fairies in there? Okay. Oh, and if you die and get it, it doesn't... Okay, it counts. Okay. Yeah, see? Oh wait, I probably want to be Deku's grip, huh? What is this guy's problem? Okay, that's that guy's problem. No, I wanted to go in. Oh my god. He's fucking me up. I mistimed it. Uh-oh. Oh my god, that's so hard to time. Okay, I did it. Yay. Oh, I need to shoot him. Where is he? Bruh. Is this the boss? Or is this just a mid-boss? Another mid-boss? can't fucking see him. It's a mini boss, okay. It's a cool mini boss though. Like, to this day, I still think Zelda has done something like this. So it's kinda cool. Bro. That looks so violent, he's dead. Oh my god, frog. Hello. Can I talk to you? Where are you? Hello, frog. I can't talk to him. No. Wait, can I use you? No. What the fuck? What about this? No, okay. No. What the fuck? I didn't mean to shoot him. No. I wanted to talk to the frog. I'm guessing this is boss key. But I don't even know where to use the boss key. Oh well. I got that shit on, you know. I got that shit on. Okay, well, what was that guy's problem? I wanna know. What was his fucking problem? Oh no, the beehives respawn? Oh, wait. No, that sucks. I don't like that. Oh wait, but then how do I get that? I'm guessing I just shoot an arrow at it. But I don't know. Okay, cause yeah, I know what I do here. Like, this is obvious. But I think I want to go back in that other room over there. Oh, wait, because the water's not poisoned anymore. Okay, I see. I understand. I understand. Okay. So now I can get that fairy. Let me in. Yay, okay. I don't remember what room it was in though. Was it this one? It is, okay. Ta-da! Yay! Which one is this one? This is my 9th window. Does it tell me when I get all of them? Or is it just like... You have to guess, fuck you. It does? Okay. Oh, I had to beat Deku, don't I? Okay, whatever. And it clears the waters? Whoa. Okay, I'll go back to the room where I didn't check then. Because I was afraid to do, because I thought it was gonna take too much damage, but you know what? Whatever. And I guess we'll see. Because I'm assuming to get the reward, I need to get all the fucking fairies, right? Like, unfortunately. I'm assuming that's how it works. Oh yeah, there is one in here. I wonder where it'd be then. Do I just need to kill all of you? No, I think you like respawn. How did you get? I got 9. Again, optional. I see. I'm assuming they respawn too quickly. Oh wait, oh, okay. Oh, there it is, okay. Yay! Okay, now let me check this room. Cause I wanna see. Okay, you know what? I don't wanna go through this again. I'm fucking leaving. It just goes back around anyway. So it's fine. I think. You know what? 10 is all I need. That's all I need. I love that Link does backflips for no reason. I actually love it so much. Okay, I'm assuming I need to light the fire up there. And then I can get the fairy. But then after that, I don't know where any of them are. I only know this one. Yeah, I only know that one. Oh, I had to... Oh my fucking god, bro. Are you serious? Actually, this might be easier than it... But yeah, okay. Never mind. Oh wait, that's the way to go. Oh, what? I don't even know which door that was. Yeah, I don't even know which door that was. The first shot. I don't remember which door. It's one of them down there. But I don't know which one. Is it this? No, it's not that one. Well, that's the one I came from. Oh wait, was it up here? It was on the hard door on the north wall. I see. Oh, this one. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Hello. Wait, what happens when I shoot that? Oh. I see, okay. You know what, that makes sense. Ouch. Let me in, okay. Why does he sound like this? I don't know why he sounds like this. Broke your shins? I love breaking my shins. I want the money. Oh wait, I don't need the money. Okay, never mind. Also, I don't think the thing tells you when you've cleared a room of fairies. But you know, there's my 11th one. Oh, fuck. Okay, so the fire is on a timer, I see. Where do I go? I mean, there's a fairy over there, so I need to go over there. Oh, there's a fairy over there too. Yeah, I don't think it... Because that's 13, 14. So I'm missing one. I'm literally missing one. And I don't know where that one is. I don't feel like looking for it. I actually really don't feel like looking for it. Don't know what the great... sure. Where will it be? I'm assuming not a piece of heart. I'm assuming it's magic. Maybe like Din's fire or something. Come here! Bruh. Bruh. Magic spin attack? Oh. You know, that's kinda useful. Fuck, I hate aiming on this because I don't know if I'm too high or too low. If it's not trapping you nearby, they come to you. I see. I mean, I'm going for this one. Yeah, and I don't know where the last one is. Wait, I'm gonna hit my head on this. I'm not gonna be able to make it. I am. Okay, never mind. Hang on, let me look around. Could I just go till there? That's a rupee. That's another. Yeah, I don't know where it is. I'm literally just missing one, but I don't know where it is. Maybe if I kill the Skulltulas, I don't know. Because this doesn't tell you if you like cleared a room, right? Oh, it does. Oh, that means it is in that back room. Okay. I know where it is then. Because there is still one more room. It's the middle room, but I don't know where it could be in that middle room. I just know it's in the middle room. Cause it's in this one. Yeah, it's in this one. And I swore I checked all the pots. Oh wait, but you know what pots I didn't check? I didn't check these. And I swear if it's in this one, bro. Okay. Whatever, bro. Yay. Okay, now I just have to find the Great Fairy Fountain, but I'm pretty sure I know where it is, so whatever. It's fine, I'm gonna break my shins again. I just love doing that. Actually, why am I going here? Ouch. I know why I keep thinking like, oh yeah, I have to go over here. I don't. Where's the guy? Come over here. Yeah, come over here, buddy. Idiot. I hate him. I hate him so much. Okay, so how many fairies are there in each temple? Is it always 15 or does it vary? Because yes, I would like to know this. Always 15? Okay. Oh, that should be easy then, right? Yeah, that'll be easy. I got this one first try. That means everyone can. Why would you do this, Link? I thought we'd go down faster, and then you did it, so I was like, oh, you know what? I'll just go over there, and then... yeah, whatever. I still made it somehow. It's in every temple, but some are tricky to find or get. I see. I understand. I'm understanding. Oh my god. I took too long. I'm the understander. Oh, it's behind that fucking thing, isn't it? Okay. I mean, I do need that one, okay. I was gonna say, okay, do I really need that flower? And I do. On my gut. Do you get tired of hearing sirens? Not really. But I don't really hear sirens. Unless you mean the bells in this game, but... yeah, I don't really hear sirens. Where I live. You don't really hear anything where I live, actually. What am I doing? What am I doing? Wait, is this fucking thing gonna come up when I'm fighting the boss? I swear to god. I need to hurry up and get this fucking mask then. Oh wait, you can't make it. Okay, I thought I was gonna be like, oh yeah, Link can make it. No, he can't. 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 Tones aren't affected by it. Okay. I see. I understand it. Kick Black Beefy. That's a wonderful name. Thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. Where am I? Last time I see... It's Goba again! Oh, never mind. Just has... Oh, what the fuck is this? Why did he have nipples? I don't like this. Do I just shoot you? Like, what do I do? Okay, I don't think I shoot him. I think I literally just, yeah, I just do this. Okay. I didn't think it would be that simple. Is this your first playthrough? Yes. Ouch. I forgot you can't fucking roll while targeting something. Ouch. Do I need to bounce at him? I think I do. Herb. Where does the turtles? Are they fucked up turtles? What are they? What is this? Why is your bro dead? Oh my god. Ah, these bugs are fucking me up. Oh my god. Why is he still affecting me just like doing that shit? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Uh-oh. I love how this guy looks. He's killing me. Oh wait, he's someone's boss. What do I do about the boss? I can't even tell what's going on most of the time. Things are just kind of happening, you know? Ouch. Dude, this is a whole vibe. I don't even know like if he's close to dead or not. Is awesome to think. Like, what do I do here? I think I have an idea of what I need to do. Oh yeah, okay. Whatever. I don't know if that's what I needed to do, but whatever. Yay! Finally, I'm not so squishy. I got mask. You see the Otowa's remains. Yeah, just free the innocent spirit that this dark mask had kept imprisoned within the body of evil Otowa. Whoa. Why did that do so much damage? Hello, I'm here now. I have so much money, I need to put it all in the fucking bank. I don't want to lose all of it. What's that? Oh wait, I don't even know if I'm gonna make it back in time actually. And so much, because I need to I need the water to, like, you know... Actually, wait, no, because I slowed down time. I should have enough time. Did you ever activate the owl statues at Clocktown? I did. Wait, listen, it seems to be saying... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. Could that crying be its way of tuning some sort of melody? I did one close to the, you know... the other thing, though. Close to the... the castle. I can't speak. There's one next to the clock tower? I think so. But I didn't do it because... I forgot. I also didn't know where it was. I didn't know that was there. I also didn't know there were teleport spots. I thought there were save spots. When Joy walked by. I mean... There's a lot I can do now, though. Because I can enter my photo in the contest. I can get the fairy thing. The fairy fountain. What else can I do? Call us. That's what it's saying. And yeah, that's all I know what to do. Because yeah, the water isn't poisoned anymore, so I think the Octorok will be gone, right? Because I really don't want to do the thing again. Yes, okay. The water is clean now. I see. I understand. I just had to speedrun. Time is slowed down anyway, so it should be fine, but yeah. The 4 people Till talked about. Do you think he was talking about the spirit that was sealed inside that mask? Oh, hey, you're pretty good out there. Have you done this before or what? Now just keep up that pace and say the other 3. I can actually do a lot. Hey, you got a Song of Soaring and activated owl statue? No, I didn't get the Song of Soaring. I only activated owl statues though. Oh, that stuff I did to your horse? I apologize. Sorry. I was about to say though, I think I needed a song. There, I apologize, so don't hold it against me. Got it. Now then, we've helped the princess just like the monkey asked. So now our next stop is in the mountains. Let's hurry and do something about that skull kid. What? Oh, hello. I don't know what that is. What is this? Oh, hello. Do you know where to get the song, though? This is my first playthrough. Who are you? Link, pleased to meet you. I'm the Deku Princess. Were you by chance asked by the monkey to come save me? Yeah. Just as I suspected, you see, your body smells a little bit like monkey. So the monkey made it back fine after all. That's good. Yeah. What do you want? Okay, bye. I was worried that when I didn't come home, my father would think that monkey had kidnapped me. I was worried that my father would even go so far as to punish the poor monkey. Don't tell me, are you serious? Is father actually doing that? Yet another hasty decision, father. Oh my god, she's angry. We haven't had any time to lose. Quickly, Mr. Link, could you please find something to carry me in so you can take, Wait, what the fuck? It's a typing, but she said she'll be fine if you hurry. Okay. There's no time to lose. Hurry to the palace. Okay. I didn't think that would work. But you know, whatever. Let me in! Thank you. Wait, I just need to go down there though, right? Okay, I'll just go down there. Okay. Sorry, I'm kind of rushing. Yeah. I just want to do all the things I want to do right now. I think if I come back here though, I will, like, you know, yeah. But you know, I don't really care about the princess. I care about this. I care about new move. Yay! Don't forget about the Great Fairy. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I think it's the Great Fairy. Is it? Do I need to play the Deku song? Or... yeah, do I need to play Deku song? What's the Deku song? I don't remember. Up, left, A, right, A, okay. Up, left, A, right, A. A, what? I thought it was... oh, I need to get... oh, okay. He's serious. Gonna have to talk to her for... okay, I didn't know that. I just wanted to do it now. Whatever. I could get to the fucking sing, but whatever. Wait, where's the Great Fairy? I didn't find the Great Fairies. I don't know where it is. Gotta turn to Princess first. Okay. Is that the Great Fairy? I don't know where it is. Hello, sir. Here you go. Have your daughter. Oh, my princess, my darling prince, are you alright? I was so worried.
Here you go.
Great Fairy is in the area where the temple was. Oh. I see. What are you doing? Let that monkey go this instant. Oh, Mr. Monkey, I am truly sorry. Father does such rash things when he's worried about me. I understand, Princess. Forget about that. Has the temple been returned to normal? Why, yes, thanks to Mr. Link here. I am truly, very truly grateful. Really, sir? You're called Link, are you? Thank you for keeping your promise to me. Monkey. As a symbol of our gratitude, our butler has prepared a little something for you. Please accept it. You'll find it in the shrine that will be to your right when you leave the oh, okay. So that's what that is. Leave! Thank you. I tried to hurry up. It's only 8 AM, but I'm so stressed. Please. I hate timers. Too far, I wasted time because I thought this was the Great Fairy. But I didn't know where it was. Hello, sir. Butler, sir. Hello.
Let's get a good stretch.
Oh, thanks for the headband stretch. 8 hours, what are you gonna do? Oh, like, I'm truly thankful for what you have done for the princess. As a sign of our gratitude, we deck a person that we think may assist you. I will lead you to it. Please follow me. Wait, this is like the fucking Singing Awkward Time with Dampé. No! Okay. Why do you breathe fire at me? What's wrong with you? Oh my god. Yeah, I need to not be Link here. I see. Wait, how the fuck do I get back then? Please teleport me back. Please teleport me back. I swear to God. Please. Please, I swear, please. If you don't, I swear to God. I also didn't know where the fuck you were going. I still don't know where the fuck you're going. What is this? Uh-oh. I didn't think that's how that would work. Okay, whatever. I was doing so good until that happened. Bro, where is he going? Oh fuck, I don't have my bow. Like, what is this? I thought it would just be like an easy reward. Not whatever the fuck this is. Why can't I talk to you? The Den League, now here's the item process, please accept it. Wow, this mess Heinz sent us well. Where it was okay, thank you. First try, well. Actually, when I see you, I'm reminded of my son who left home long ago, so I feel as if I am once again racing with my son. I'm afraid I may have tried too hard to outrun you, as well as I am still a fast competitor. Just like when I raced with my son, please forgive my rudeness. And thanks for the head pat. Oh my god, thank you. Okay, and then Great Fairy is back at Temple, right? Is that what you said? So that I had to go back and then, yeah, whatever. What the fuck? What the fuck? I mean, if I could do that, I could rush, right? I can speedrun. I can speedrun. Wait till you connect the dots. No, I know. I watched so many theory videos on this game. Like, I know. Cause I love this game, but I never played it, so yeah, ouch. But I fucked up already, right? Oh wait, no, cause the water is drained. Wait, how do I get back to the temple then? Yeah, how do I get back to the temple? You missed the area? I thought it was there. You said it was there. Gotta go back and not jump. Oh. I tried to run. I don't care. Like, yeah, this is the shortcut. This is how I got here. But the area's drained now, so I can't do it. See? Oh, is it this hole? I never been in this hole. It's not this hole. What do you mean, the lake area? Wait, did you activate the owl and get the song? I acted... no. I don't have the song. I activated the owl. I don't have the song. Is it this? Fearful spider house dead ahead. Okay, no. Okay, then where is it? Gotta get back to the temple. Okay. I can climb here. That's how I get up here. Is it over there? Link, please. Okay. Go to the cave. I see. Okay, I have to go over here then. God, I hate when Link does that. Okay, so it's that cave over there. Okay. I hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this. Especially the fucking rambling. I hate this. Can I get to it from here, or do I... Oh, wait, no. I can go to that flower. Okay. I see. I understand. I understand. Okay. And you can also swim now. I mean, I guess. But I feel like this is faster, so I don't know. I'm doing things. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm doing things. Hello. Oh, strong young one, I'm the great fairy of power. Thank you for returning my broken and shattered body to normal. As thanks, I grant you powers with this new sword technique. Yippee! Why does Link look drunk? I don't understand. Why does he do this? Fairy drugs. I mastered the spin attack. Whoa, okay. I know. Come see me again whenever you are overcome by weariness. Bye. Okay, I'm never doing a temple on the second day ever again. I'm just letting you know this. I'm never doing a temple on the second day ever again. Now I'd recommend getting this song. I mean, how do I get this song? Actually, I'm just gonna go over here and then swim as Link. How do I do this? Go to the tablet on the cliff. What cliff? There are many cliffs. What cliff? Oh, that tablet. Okay, because I talked to the owl. I guess I just didn't get that. Hello. That's a card in the stone. I thought the owl would teach me, honestly, after this fucking thing. But you know what? Whatever. I see beauty before your time ran out. Yeah. At least I did that. Wait, how many masks are in this game too, by the way? Like, how many do I need? This is a rare sight. You're a fairy child, correct? So what business might you have in this poison swamp? We dare not venture, whatever. I know. You already talked to me. I talked to you. I want to know how many, yeah, master are in this game. Because how many do I have? I have 3, right? I need to leave. Wait, how do I leave? If I'm, is it right? I think it's right. Yeah, it's over there. 3 masks, technically. I don't know why I'm doing this. Like, I can't swim, but whatever. Like I said, I feel like this is faster. No. Okay, never mind, it's not faster. Not if I fuck up like that. I thought it would count me landing on the lily pad. But then Link jumped over the lily pad. So it's like, okay, why can't I do that one? Whatever. I wish I could spam the A button to go faster. But you know what? Whatever. It's fine. I don't need to spam the A button to go faster. Why is there a frog? Why are there a lot of frogs? It's worrying me. I'm not gonna remember all the frogs. If I need to remember all the frogs, like, that's gonna worry me. Cause there's so many fucking frogs. You know what? At least I got 3 masks. That's all I need. Okay, and that's the potion shop, so then I just go over here, right? Yeah. You know, I'll just go over here. I'll go into town. I'll play like a minigame or something, you know? Whatever. It's fine. Be sure to pocket the— yeah, I do. I need to do that too. I wonder how I get that heart piece up there. But you know what? Whatever. I do have a photograph. What? Wait, what'd you say? If you happen to come here to show me a pictograph, I hate to say it, but the contest has ended. Okay. If I get that Deku merchant to give his Deku flower. He said so I'm assuming there's a big trade quest. He said I need something for that. But I don't have it, so you know, whatever. It's fine. It's not fine, I need it. God, I hate trading. Actually, I love trading, but whatever. I usually do like the trading quests. But you know... whatever. Wait, I don't have water. Wait, I do have water. Wait, let me go back. Actually, it's probably not worth it. I mean, I can plant it. Like, I can just plant it, like, right now, so it's there. Yay! I got that bean! And there's one in the observatory, a bean spot. I don't know where else. I'm pretty sure there's more, though. But yeah, I guess I'll just go to the observatory. For now. Oh my god, the evil music, it's back. What do I do? Why is the evil music back? Oh yeah, this should be fast, right? Yeah, I don't have bonds, but this should be fast. I should be able to do this quickly. But yeah, I don't have bonds, but whatever. Die, leave me alone. I just want to go over here, please. Thank you. I don't know where to go. I mean, I do know where to go. I just want to plant beans. Planting beans is fun. I love planting beans. Wait, does this mean I had to get the bottle back? Wait. I swear to God. No, plant it. Thank you. I swear if I need to get the bottle back, bro. Oh, that's gonna suck. Okay, at least I can plant my beans. Then you keep the bottle. Well, okay. Bottles like are kept across time, I guess, for some reason. I'm guessing I keep all my items then. Except like, you know, quest items for some reason. I keep the mask, but yeah. Oh yeah, until he loses ammo. I see, okay. Yeah, no, that doesn't really make sense, but whatever. Whatever, bruh. I hope I don't lose my beans. I don't want to lose my beans. What is this guy doing? I'm currently on the job. If I stop to talk, it will disturb my schedule. The postman is priority as delivery was added to your notebook. Oh, thank you. Oh, so I need to talk to them. Oh. Gotta hold her hand when I tell you this. No, my beans. I don't want to lose my beans. I love them. I wonder where else I need to go then. Bro, he's still wanting to move. Oh my god. I'm so glad I got that moon. So I need to get this moon tier every single time then. I don't know why I did that. Bro, that sucks. I hate you. I actually hate you. Here you go. You need to read faster than my head can process. I mean, I'm not reading this guy, because I already read it. But yeah, bye again. So you have to watch this cutscene every single fucking cycle. Wait, that sucks, actually. That actually sucks. Bro. Whatever. At least I got the deed. Okay, there it is. I was looking for you. Yippee. Can you read it out louder? Oh, that, yeah. I just did that because it was funny. That was the only reason. Who's in here? Sword man. I'm assuming I need to do this later. We're just spreading, which suggests the moon is falling, but you can breathe easier as long as I am in town. Tonight I shall cut the moon into pieces. If one does not have such skill, he cannot teach the way of the sword to others. If you wish to be as powerful as I am, then I shall teach you until nighttime. So will you try it? I'll try this, I guess. Cut down 10 log. I will cut down 10 log. Oh, do you want it sideways? Oh, you didn't want it sideways. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Now the moon! He said 10. This should be it. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Your training is insufficient. You must jump more and start over from the beginning. Okay, whatever. Oh yeah, I need to put my money in the bank. Whatever. I'm assuming he gives me something for this, but I don't know. I hate that I had to like make a full stop just for this too. Jump attack. Oh wait, there's a lock there. Oh wait, no, that wasn't a lock. That was one disappearing into the ether. I mean... Oh, I see. Okay. That's what you mean. Okay. I don't want to do that one. Whatever. Now then, before I shall teach you the basics of unarmed combat, I'll start with sideways jumps, press ZL to lock on the then. Uh-oh. Rug. What do you mean? Jump sideways by pressing. Oh, okay. Hey, what is this? Press oh. Okay. You said land on something. I didn't want oh, backflip. Like, I didn't want to skip that, but pressing B skips everything. I did just press O, do not Z target. Okay. That's why I'm gonna Z target. Here you go. Press B out of Z target with now. Okay. Yay, next is the stress after pressing Z. Okay, yeah, I know that. Finally A, okay. Yay! Why wasn't it working? Whatever. I know how I missed either, but whatever. Yeah, sure, whatever. I'm gonna miss it by 1. Are you serious? Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna miss it by 1. Bruh. Link, you kinda suck at this. I'm sorry, you kinda suck at this. But whatever.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Oh my god, I hate that I have to draw my sword. Why do I have to draw my sword? That's fucked me up both times. Link, are you serious? Is it even worse? Putting my money in the bank now. Link, are you serious? Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay, whatever. What do you mean my training's inefficient? I'm doing what you asked. Okay. Whatever. Link, are you serious? How do you miss that? How do you miss this? Oh my fucking god. I have no idea how that counted as a miss. Why is it so weird? Bro, I believe it. I mean, that wasn't my fault. Link just missed. I don't know how Link missed. Going mad crazy. Bro, I pressed the A button and then I spammed B. Because I was like, okay, what's wrong? I just kept spamming the A button. But I thought my controller was like bugged. Grr. I'm going insane. I see you didn't deposit your money soon. Yeah. To be fair, I should have got this like 2 tries ago because I don't know how Link missed. Link just missed. How do I get big wallet? Are you serious? Oh my god. Bro. Okay, thank you. Impressive, I must give you something here. Oh. Unbelievable, cherish it well. I see. Okay, bye. Bye. I'll just like wait over here or something. Wait, there's an owl statue there? What the? Oh, wait, I got that. Okay. I'll let this dog hit me in the meantime, because this dog hates me. Oh, it only hates Deku Scrubs. Okay. 7 tries when you got it. Well. How do I get big wallet? I want big wallet. So I can have money. Because I like money. But I want big wallet. So how do I get big wallet? I wonder how I get big wallet. Wait, where does this go again? Oh, there, okay. Oh, but yeah, how do you get big wallet? I want big wallet. Wait, is that what you get for like depositing 200 rupees? How if your money in the bank is bigger? Okay. So I should just do this then. Okay. Well, 40 rupees. Let's go. I'm so rich. Please. Please, owl. Or not owl, just something, please. No, get away. I killed that dog. That dog is fucking dead. Dead as hell. Can I shoot that guy? I don't know why I want to do that. A giant one is a quest. I see. The music had stopped. But what do I do? Hello? Hello? It's almost 6. Can you hurry up, please? Please? Yeah, thank you. I think it's gonna happen a lot where I'm just like kind of stuck here waiting. Because I'm too pussy to go anywhere else. I mean, it's not like you can do much else, right? And so I just kind of stuck here waiting. What's that over there? That's a door. And then that's a man. I want to shoot that man. I don't know. I mean, he's gonna die anyway. I can be the one to kill him. No, it avoids him. What the fuck? Why does it avoid him? Bro, he's just powerful or something. I don't know. Goodbye. Oh, goodbye. I don't mind shooting him. I just am. Goodbye. Oh my god, I killed him. He's dead. I'm gonna shoot the dog now. You know, I feel like you could go on a rampage if, like, you could turn back time and, like, you know, everyone was, like, you know, going to die anyway. I feel like if you just killed them anyway, like, it wouldn't even matter, right? Because they're gonna die anyway, and then you're gonna turn back time, so it's like, doesn't even matter. I don't think so. But, you know. They might think so. Wait. Do I have to wait for it, or can I just, like... Can I just do it now? Can I just do it now? Right A down, right A down. Yeah, okay. I'm going back in time. Yes, bye. Yeah, because I kind of have nothing else to do. I just have my 3 masks. That's all I have. I don't know how many masks you get in this game, but I just have my 3 masks. So you know, I'm just here now. I'm just chilling. I'm in South Clock Town. I am chilling. Where am I? The quickest way to the mountains is through the North Gate. Okay, did I ask? I'm not gonna do that shit. I wanna save. Yeah, I wanna save. Bye. Oh, that's Majora. Or something, I don't know. Bye. Just 24 masks? Oh, that shouldn't be too bad. Right? You know, I'm just gonna go here and close the game, whatever. Yeah, that shouldn't be yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. But yeah. I'm done. I'm tired. I'm dying. I was tired like when I started stream, but but you know. Whatever. Anyway, let's see. Tomorrow I'm gonna play Pokemon Emerald for the first time. And then no, that's Wednesday. Thursday, no stream. First time on here too? Well. And then yeah, Thursday no stream. And then Friday, more of this. Cause yeah. And then Saturday I wanna play Tomodachi Life and maybe Mario Kart. I think that's the plan. Yeah, I think that's the plan. I'm gonna play Tomodachi Life and then Mario Kart probably. And then Sunday more Pokemon. But yeah, let me see if I can raid someone. Let me turn my Switch off. I still haven't turned my Switch off. Let me see if I can raid someone. I just be doing shit, bro. Like, I don't know. My monitor is dead. Okay, here we go. Actually... Okay, you know what? I will see if anyone I know is streaming. And then I will... look at people playing Majora's Mask. And if they're a VTuber, I'll probably raid them. Actually, do I want to? Cause like, I could get spoilers, you know? I could get spoiled. I don't know if I want to get spoiled. Do I just not raid anyone? I could just not just... Yeah, I could just do that. Just not raid anyone. Sure. Yeah, cause you're playing a game I'm interested in. You played a game I've beaten, but... I don't know. I don't feel like talking to people either. I do feel really tired. So yeah, I think I just don't rate anyone. It's playing a 20+-year-old game. Yeah. I haven't been... Whatever. I haven't seen everything in this game yet, so, you know, I don't want to get spoiled. But yeah. I will just end then. I hope I see all of you tomorrow for Pokemon. And yeah. Goodbye.